Welcome to my channel. In my channel, you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Madara, let's change the world together. Part 1. Do you want to dance? Hearing this sentence, the 15-year-old boy named Kyo Ijen shivered all over. The hand gripping his neck right now was scorching hot, as deadly as a soldering iron. If Lord Madara exerted even a little more force, he would likely drop dead on the spot. If he took a wrong step next, all the efforts he had made since he was 4 would truly go to waste. Time goes back 30 seconds. Relying on his background to investigate the situation of Konoha village, Kyo Ijen had been doing various investigations around Konoha for more than a month in advance. When he learned that Senju Hashirama had officially become the Hokage, he stared at the crude chakra sensor in his hand every day, and finally blocked that man this morning. Seeing Uchiha Madara wearing red armor with a gunbai on his back, Kyo Ijen was so surprised that he lost his composure and ran straight towards him. As a result, just after shouting one word, Madara, Lord Madara used the body flicker technique to appear in front of him. Before Kyo Ijen could react, an iron-like hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Relax. Relax. Kyo Ijen tried his best to control his violently beating heart. He put his hands on Lord Madara's right hand and exerted force so that he could speak steadily while his feet were off the ground. Uchiha Madara, I have the information you want. Let's make a deal. Madara looked at the boy in front of him with a calm expression, sneering inwardly. If it weren't for seeing this person chasing straight after him, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention. The Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan was activated, but he didn't feel a trace of chakra. Obviously, this was just an ordinary person, it couldn't be a ninja. I am the third son of the current feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Seeing Lord Madara looking bored, Kyo Ijen hurriedly introduced himself first. He had gone through all the trouble to come here alone, and spent a lot of time blocking around Konoha, just to take a gamble. He couldn't just say goodbye before he finished speaking. Feudal Lord. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. The son of the feudal lord came to find him. Actually looking for him, instead of looking for Hashirama. With a loosen of his hand, Kyo Ijen fell to the ground. Speak. What is your business with me? Uchiha Madara folded his arms across his chest, his expression cold. At this time, he had just decided to break with Konoha village, but he already had that cold and arrogant appearance. Cough cough. Kyo Ijen took a deep breath and stood up. The first step is successful. As long as the other party is willing to listen to him, he can always trick him. The body trembling due to fear slowly recovered. Kyo Ijen stood up straight again, looking at Uchiha Madara with a firm gaze. Goodness. This 3 Tomo Sharingan is so terrifying. Putting away his distracted thoughts, Kyo Ijen moved his mind, and a translucent game panel appeared in his field of vision. Name Uchiha Madara. Ability. Favorability 50. Favorability is only 50. Strangers meeting for the first time should usually be 60. Kyo Ijen complained inwardly. It seems that Lord Madara is very unhappy with him right now. However, relying on his eloquent tongue honed by practice and the various trump cards prepared in advance, he will definitely be able to achieve his goal. His system panel appeared in his mind. There was one ability in the ability column box. Lobbying. The words you speak are more persuasive. This is the ability trait that he finally condensed after practicing eloquence desperately from childhood to adulthood. Madara, I have information on the location of all tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara frowned for the first time. It was only then that he truly sized up the appearance of the person in front of him. Short black hair, delicate features. Height of about 1.73 meters, although there is no chakra, the body is clearly very energetic, and the pupils are also very clear. Although he didn't want to admit it, this boy's eyes were really 30 to 40% similar to Hashirama's eyes. How did this boy know his current goal? He had clearly never told anyone. Moreover, this goal was something he had just come up with on the spur of the moment a minute ago. Interesting. Curiosity arose in Uchiha Madara's heart. Such an ordinary person who had not condensed chakra and dared to approach him relying only on a samurai sword actually really caught his attention. I'm afraid his reaction at this moment is within the expectation of this boy. Interesting. Strangely, Kyoei-gen felt a chill behind his back. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want? Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth, his smile exceptionally creepy. Anyway, he had plenty of time, so it wouldn't hurt to see what this boy wanted to do. He is the Asura of the ninja world. Take me to my village. Kyoei-gen tried to keep his voice calm and composed, not to be submissive because of Uchiha Madara's own aura. I have my own territory within the land of fire. As long as you take me back, I will give you information on the approximate location of all tailed beasts. That's it. Uchiha Madara thought about Kyoei-gen's intention at the first time. In other words, this boy wanted him to go to his territory village. Divided territory. I have renounced my succession rights to the feudal lord. Instead, I obtained a relatively remote territory in the land of fire and became the local lord. Kyoei-gen added proactively. When we arrive at the village, if Mr. Madara is willing, we can conduct a second transaction. The content of the transaction is also information you would want to know. Oh. Uchiha Madara looked at Kyoei-gen's eyes with a meaningful gaze. HMPH. Kid, you know who I am, right? Feeling the sudden increase in pressure from Uchiha Madara, a drop of cold sweat could not help but flow down from Kyoei-gen's forehead. No. He must not lose in terms of momentum. For his goal, the relationship between him and Uchiha Madara must be equal. Kyoei-gen bit the tip of his tongue, the pain calmed him down. His body straightened, and his gaze became firm again. Ah. You are the Asura of the ninja world. If I don't even have the resolve to die, I have no qualification to stand here, to stand before you. Unconsciously, Kyoei-gen took a small step forward. Not bad. Uchiha Madara nodded inwardly. At this age, to be able to speak firmly and powerfully under the pressure of his killing intent is truly rare. It is even more resilient in will than some of the young people in his clan. The next moment, the mood that had been somewhat gratified instantly turned cold. Thinking of the clansmen he wanted to protect, and thinking of their betrayal, Uchiha Madara no longer felt any faint appreciation in his heart. Kyoei-gen saw that Uchiha Madara's favorability towards him had dropped to 49, and his heart skipped a beat. Could he have said the wrong thing? The next second, it returned to 50, and he let out a sigh of relief. They say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. In his view, Lord Madara's mood swings were no better. Very well. Uchiha Madara spoke. This time, his expression was very cold. Then tell me your purpose. Kyoei-gen suddenly felt his head shake. In his field of vision, only a pair of rotating three-tomo Sharingan remained. His consciousness began to sink slowly. He had fallen for Uchiha Madara's genjutsu. The Scarlet Sharingan pulled Kyoei-gen into the illusion. Genjutsu does not have the effect of making people reveal the truth. But the Sharingan's hypnotic eye ability can induce people to speak their inner thoughts under appropriate use. For an ordinary person like Kyoei-gen who couldn't even refine chakra, Uchiha Madara could easily deceive his five senses. At this moment, Kyoei-gen was like someone trapped in a dream, with a very pleasant voice guiding his consciousness. The pupils under his closed eyelids twitched rapidly. Kyoei-gen opened his mouth in a daze. Come to find Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara frowned tightly. Even against an ordinary person, it is still very difficult to get the other party to accurately state the information he wants solely through genjutsu. The reason for finding Uchiha Madara. Kyoei-gen made a frowning expression, his body swaying. 2. To expand influence and unify the world. Did he hear that right? Uchiha Madara did not expect that he would actually hear such an answer. He took another careful look at the youth in front of him. He couldn't be over 20 years old, and he was definitely not a ninja. Under the deception of the genjutsu, the words spoken subconsciously should not be a lie. This person's will is very pure, daring to risk certain death to find him. It doesn't seem like naive nonsense. Interesting. He actually heard such words from someone else's mouth. Ah! Kyo-e-jen's consciousness slowly recovered, and he shook his head in confusion. Sorry, I haven't slept well for a few days, I seem to be quite sleepy. In order to successfully intercept Uchiha Madara, he didn't dare to sleep much, and had to check the chakra sensor every so often. No matter. Uchiha Madara looked down at Kyo-e-jen's expression and saw him reaching for a small ball on his belt. The cold touch made Kyo-e-jen snap to attention. He had been hit by a genjutsu. This little ball had no real function, it would have a slight temperature change after he was affected by a genjutsu. Sure enough, it was fortunate that he had undergone genjutsu tolerance training, so he wouldn't reveal the most important information. This kid noticed. Uchiha Madara easily observed the subtle changes in Kyo-e-jen's expression. Mr. Madara. Kyo-e-jen said cautiously. May I ask if you are willing to accept my commission? Kid, you are very lucky. Uchiha Madara rarely felt curiosity in his heart. His cold exterior appeared quite arrogant. I accept this commission. Tell me the location. Kyo-e-jen felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Step 2 successful. To successfully induce this man, he must not have any mistakes. Especially not having any thoughts of deception. Mr. Madara, this is the map. The place circled on it is the location of the territory. In the east of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Hot Springs. Uchiha Madara took the map scroll, glanced at it, and confirmed the location. Good. How fast do you want to arrive? Kyo-e-jen was stunned. He had rehearsed the scene of his first confrontation with Lord Madara many times in his mind, and he really hadn't expected the other party to ask such a question. Mr. Madara, whatever is convenient for you is fine. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara didn't waste any words and directly lifted Kyo-e-jen by the back collar with one hand. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara jumped onto the trees and ran forward at an extremely fast speed. Because the speed was too fast, Kyo-e-jen felt as if he were floating, constantly in a state of weightlessness. Too fast. That evening, Uchiha Madara found a cave that could shelter from wind and rain and put Kyo-e-jen down. Without much talk, chopping wood and lighting a fire were done in one go. Having promised to escort Kyo-e-jen to the village, Uchiha Madara naturally would not break his word. The fire rose, and his cold body finally felt some warmth. Kyo-e-jen was very fortunate. Luckily, his constitution was good, so he wouldn't catch a cold because of this. At this time, Uchiha Madara took out some small black balls from his bosom, which were precisely the soldier pills used for satisfying hunger. Mr. Madara. Uchiha Madara turned his head to look at Kyo-e-general. Although it wasn't fully night yet, under the illumination of the firelight, Uchiha Madara's face under his disheveled long hair still appeared eerie and terrifying. I have prepared some special dry rations. It will taste better after heating. After saying this, without asking Lord Madara if he wanted any, Kyo-e-jen began to prepare it himself. A very small flat pan, refined jerky cut into small pieces, and some green onions bought in Konoha village that couldn't be considered fresh. He took out a very small bottle of sesame oil, dabbed a little onto the palm-sized pan, and then, using the long handle, held the pan with the jerky over the fire to roast. Soon, the small pieces of jerky, making a faint, sizzling sound, were sprinkled with green onions, and the aroma was pungent. So, that backpack was filled with these things. Uchiha Madara glanced at Kyo-e-jen's backpack and caught a glimpse of many inexplicable little gadgets inside. This youth had been carried by him, suspended in the air the whole way, and blown by the strong wind for most of the day, yet he hadn't made a sound. He originally thought he was a resilient person, but now it seems he quite likes to enjoy life. The third son of the daimyo, perhaps. To actually be willing to abandon the prosperity of Daimyo City. Mr. Madara, have a taste. Kyo-e-jen handed over a pair of white chopsticks, his eyes clear. Uchiha Madara looked at him, took the chopsticks, picked up a small piece of savory meat, and put it into his mouth. This is. His eyes couldn't help but widen. It wasn't just the deliciousness of the meat. Just by swallowing it, his stomach felt a scorching heat. This single piece of meat was equivalent to the effect of several, no, a dozen soldier pills. If it could replace soldier pills, then the supply problem for ninjas on the battlefield would be greatly improved. What kind of meat is this? How is it? Delicious, right? Kyoei Gen laughed. He finally saw Lord Madara show an expression of surprise. These meat granules were one of his trump cards. The raw materials and the processing method for this cured meat are a secret, only my village has it. It was indeed impressive. But to a powerhouse of his level, it was useless. Uchiha Madara inexplicably thought of his Uchiha clansmen again, and his mood grew even more depressed. Favorability 1. Kyoei Gen's heart skipped a beat again. Why did the favorability drop by 1 point? It wasn't until 3 seconds later, when the favorability returned to 50, that Kyoei Gen felt less nervous. He dared to swear. Lord Madara was currently the only man he cared about so much that even when treated with cold eyes, he couldn't help but want to constantly fuss over him. He had already eaten such delicious meat. Not even a single point of favorability increased, that was just ridiculous. How was his strategy? Bah! How was his grand plan of smooth talking supposed to succeed? Wasn't Lord Madara only in his 30s right now? Having just left the village, his personality shouldn't be that cold-blooded, right? Surely he wouldn't refuse to give any chance at all. Could he have changed so much just because he and Senju Hashirama had become strangers? What is your name? Dark eyes looked over. This time, Uchiha Madara's expression held a hint of loneliness. The firelight illuminated both their faces, and Kyoei Gen tried to speak to him as calmly as possible. Kyoei General. Madara paused for a second, then asked directly. Why did you seek me out? Here it comes. Kyoei Gen remained calm and composed. He had already guessed this question. There are many purposes. The most important one is to establish a mutually beneficial relationship with Lord Madara and strengthen my territory. Uchiha Madara's expression did not change. You know of me, then. I do. Kyoei Gen said resolutely. Ever since he reincarnated into this ninja world and learned the plot before Naruto became Hokage, he had been preparing since childhood. How could he not pay attention to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world? Coming to Konoha village alone, wasn't that to take the most important step in his plan? He had even staked his life on it. Whether it is Lord Hashirama or Lord Madara, I have studied both in depth. To realize my goal, Lord Madara's assistance is necessary. Goal. Uchiha Madara recalled his original goal. To end this chaotic world. Then, what kind of purpose was this youth harboring to want to unify the ninja world? Lord Madara. To understand a person, simple conversation is not enough. Why not see the village I have built with your own eyes? Seeing Kyoei Gen's smile and eyes, Madara was stunned for a moment. This gaze, it was very similar, truly very similar. And, full of confidence. It had been a long time since he had seen someone show this expression in front of him. Only the one friend who could stand behind him. His empty left hand tightened involuntarily. Favorability +1. What? Kyoei Gen, who had kept the character panel open to monitor the other party's movements, was overjoyed. Had he finally gained a little bit of Lord Madara's recognition? But why hadn't he spoken for so long? Uchiha Madara simply closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He had no intention of putting down the gunbai on his back. Fine, it seemed Lord Madara had no intention of replying to him. Kyoei Gen was not discouraged. As the reincarnation of Indra, it would be strange if Madara could easily get along with him. Without patience, one shouldn't dream of pulling Lord Madara into their own camp. After hurriedly finishing the remaining meat granules and tidying up, Kyoei Gen took a blanket from his backpack and covered himself. He was getting used to sleeping outdoors. It had taken over a week to travel from his village to Konoha, but at Lord Madara's pace, he estimated they could reach it by tomorrow afternoon with him in tow. Before sleeping, Kyoei Gen specifically took a look at Lord Madara. The face hidden beneath that long hair appeared somewhat cold and gloomy. They were facing each other, with their backs to the cave wall, and the flames before them were about to go out. Given Lord Madara's personality, since he agreed to escort me, he will surely protect me. I wonder when I will be able to become the person who can stand behind him. Thinking of the fact that Uchiha Madara's only 2 deaths were both caused by being backstabbed, Kyoigen shook his head. Forget it, it's better to just stand by his side. He slowly closed his eyes. He hadn't slept well for many days, and even with the system's assistance, he couldn't keep going. After 3 seconds, Kyoigen fell into a deep sleep, and a very faint snoring sound echoed in the cave. At this moment, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. He actually fell asleep so quickly. He had absolutely no vigilance, as if he trusted that he could protect his safety. Perhaps it was because he was the third son of a daimyo, and he was accustomed to this. Uchiha Madara didn't quite dare to believe his own guess. The youth in front of him seemed to truly harbor a strange, inexplicable trust in him. This kind of trust. He shook his head and wiped the faces of 2 people from his mind. Sincere, heartfelt trust. Hashirama, you are too naive. The next morning, Kyoigen was woken up. Then, he was once again lifted by his collar and flown between the tree branches. If they reached an open area, Lord Madara would directly increase his speed. The speed was so fast that Kyoigen's feet couldn't even touch the ground. Regarding this, Kyoigen decided he would just have to get used to it. Lord Madara, with his abundant stamina, probably wouldn't even be tired after running like this for a day. After all, he was someone who could fight high-intensity battles with Hashirama for 3 days and 3 nights. Just carrying him, a single person, probably felt like nothing. Finally, near dusk, the 2 reached their destination. Accompanied by the sound of landing, Kyoigen steadied his body and stood on the ground. Lord Madara was much gentler this time. He was quite happy that his backside didn't have to suffer. At this moment, they were at the edge of a forest. Further ahead, one could see a relatively wide meadow. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly changed into the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan, directly capturing a figure darting through the grass. This is Lord Madara. Once we reach this point, there are reconnaissance guards I sent to set up. Kyoigen also saw the shadow that flashed by and explained to Uchiha Madara with a smile. There are ninjas I support in the village, so basic safety can be guaranteed. Uchiha Madara gave a simple grunt of acknowledgement. These guards were quite interesting. Were they summoning beasts? I'll have to trouble Lord Madara to accompany me for a while longer. The reward will be presented when I return to my residence. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not speak, Kyoigen was not surprised and walked straight out of the forest edge. The view opened up suddenly, revealing large stretches of hills and meadows. In the distance, there was a 10-meter-high wooden wall. It wasn't considered high, but it was very long. The wooden wall enclosed a cluster of buildings, and only a few very tall structures could be seen from the outside. Standing on a slightly higher hill and looking into the distance, one could vaguely see the ocean. This area was chosen by Kyoigen after careful inspection. It could be developed into a port, making it a transit hub for economic exchange. The 2 walked along the wide, cleared road of hard-packed earth. The village gate was nearly 2 kilometers away. It would take quite some time to walk there. Fortunately, Lord Madara didn't show much reaction, simply walking by his side while seemingly observing the village. Kyoigen, however, was already brimming with excitement and couldn't help but smile from the heart. This was the village he had spent 6 years leading his family, subordinates, and villagers to build from scratch. Being able to return safely, he was naturally overjoyed. During the walk, his family and subordinates must have prepared everything. He really had. He had actually brought Uchiha Madara here. With an excited heart, Kyoigen finished the long walk. As they approached the gate, a large group of people rushed out from inside. Uniformed guards, carrying spears and with samurai swords at their waists, stood on both sides of the wide road, heads held high and looking spirited. At the same time, a man and a woman, both middle-aged and dressed in professional attire, stood at the very front, watching Kyoigen and Uchiha Madara. When Kyoigen and Uchiha Madara were only 100 meters from the gate, the crowd shouted, "Welcome, Lord Gen and Lord Madara, to our Churi village. My, what a grand reception. Kyoi Gen hadn't instructed them to do this, but how could he not be happy with such a display? He needed to show his strength in front of Lord Madara so that they could potentially have an equal conversation later. Uncle Isley, Sister Lan, thank you for your hard work. Kyoi Gen greeted the two with a sunny smile. One had a scar on his face, a kindly expression, wore robes, and his hair was somewhat gray. The other was a beautiful woman dressed as a ninja in fishnet stockings, looking at the long unseen Kyoi Gen with affectionate eyes. These two were named Isley and Lan. Both were friends and subordinates that Kyoi Gen had recruited through luck and eloquence before he became Lord Chunin. Uchiha Madara judged their approximate strength based on his experience. Their combat power was estimated to be at the upper level of Chunin. Not bad for a small village. Little Gen, welcome home. Lan stepped forward first, couldn't help but reach out to pat Kyoi Gen's head, then bowed to Uchiha Madara alongside Isley. Welcome, Lord Madara, to Churi village. Please, come in. Little Gen, when did you notify Lady Mickey that you were coming back? Just after entering the village, Lan asked Kyoi General. I'll go tell my mother myself. Kyoi Gen felt a small internal conflict. Mickey was his mother and one of the concubines of the current daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ever since he was appointed lord of this place, she had followed him, wanting to help. However, because this mother from his second life was so doting and concerned about him, he didn't dare tell her the truth when doing anything risky. For example, this time going to find Lord Madara. He had lied about going to the Land of Fire for trade so he wouldn't be interrogated by his mother. Fortunately, he had succeeded, so he didn't need to make her worry. Mr. Madara, let's go to the Lord's office now. Once we arrive, I will give you your reward. Uchiha Madara nodded with a cold expression, while observing the situation in the village. The streets were incredibly clean, various wooden and stone buildings stood in rows, and there were all kinds of greenery along the way. The residents walking back and forth were in high spirits, and the whole village had a vibrant atmosphere. Just like Konoha. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist slightly. Why did he think of Konoha again? Brother Gen. Just then, a large group of children ran over, playing, and when they passed the group of four, Kyoi Gen, Uchiha Madara, Isley, and Lan, they happily greeted them. Kyoi Gen happily returned the smile to these boys and girls. They were all the future strength of Churi village. Is this big brother who looks a bit fierce invited by Brother Gen? One of the lively little girls ran up and unreservedly scrutinized the face beneath Uchiha Madara's thick hair. Yes, this is Uchiha Madara, a ninja who stands at the pinnacle. Kyoi Gen answered with a smile. I see. The little girl squirmed, and with some hesitation, took out a small candy. Since you were invited by Brother Gen, that big brother must be very powerful. Thank you for coming to help us. The next second, a group of children followed suit, taking out candies and handing them to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. Are these children not afraid of him? In Konoha, no child dared to get close to him. Mr. Madara, just accept their candy. Kyoi Gen smiled at Uchiha Madara, while at the same time, Lan quietly reached out to Uchiha Madara's right side. Madara instinctively caught it, and when he gripped it, based on the feel, it seemed to be a bag of cubed meat bits. Big brother, please take it. Brother General has always taught us to learn to share. Besides, you will definitely give us a return gift, right? At this moment, the group of children wore a, you know what I mean, smile. What innocent children. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt a bit amused, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Then these are for you. After saying that, he handed the small bag in his hand to the little girl. The little girl opened it and saw that it was exactly the meat bits that Kyoi Gen had given Uchiha Madara to eat. It's my favorite little meat bits. The children erupted in excitement and bowed together to thank him. Brother Madara, thank you. Let's go, let's go. Let's share it together. After thanking him, the children impatiently bypassed Uchiha Madara and ran toward his back, darting into other alleys. What a strange feeling. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look in the direction they had left, still holding several candies in his left hand. Although these children were acting with premeditation, this feeling that they were indeed not afraid of him, and their thanks were genuine. Mr. Madara, these candies are distributed to these children at school. The taste is quite good, try one. Uchiha Madara looked at the candies wrapped in paper and peeled one to taste. So sweet. As expected, only children would like these. Ha 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 ha. Kyoei-gen couldn't help but laugh, seeing the wonderful change in Uchiha Madara's expression. If you don't like it, you can keep it. Next time you meet the children, just give it to them. There are many children in our village. If you go to the school without preparing enough small gifts, you won't be able to leave. No, he wouldn't go to such a place. Because he didn't like troublesome children. Uchiha Madara shook his head, but felt a little happy inside. On the streets of Konoha, he could only watch Hashirama interact and play with the children. But now he had this experience too. Interesting. Favorability +1. Plan successful. Kyoei-gen cheered internally. As expected, Lord Madara, who hadn't been backstabbed by Hashirama yet, hadn't completely closed off his emotions. Using children to lower his guard was the right move. Well, although he had also been extorted by that group of children, as long as the result was good, that was fine. Those meat bits were very precious. Like Konoha, there was a wide, straight street from the gate of Churi village to the Lord's office. The four of them arrived after walking for more than 40 minutes. During this time, Uchiha Madara examined the surrounding situation, and when he saw many children playing and working, his eyes became a little gentler. As long as these children didn't trouble him, they were quite pleasant to look at. However, there seemed to be an unusually large number of children in this village. The Lord's office in Churi village was not large, but it was still on a small scale. Whether outside the building or inside, one could see guards every few steps, and there were even children. Uncle Yi, Sister Lan, please stand guard outside for a moment. The two nodded and stood outside the office door. At this moment, Lan, who had the appearance of a gentle older sister, reminded Kyoei General. Gen, the intelligence is already in the drawer. Alright, I understand. Afterwards, Kyoei-gen and Uchiha Madara walked into a relatively spacious room. Mr. Madara, please take a seat over there first. I will look for where the intelligence is kept. After saying this, Kyoei-gen walked towards the desk where various documents were placed. Opening the cabinet, he immediately saw a scroll labeled with a tailed beast intelligence note. Sister Lan is still as reliable as ever. Found it. Kyoei-gen opened it, scanned it, and nodded. This is the approximate location of the 9-tailed beasts we have collected so far. Among them, the strongest, the 9-tailed, is in the land of lightning. Some time ago, the Gold and Silver brothers of the Hidden Cloud village tried to capture the 9-tailed, but failed. Uchiha Madara took the scroll and glanced at it quickly. He immediately set his target on the 9-tailed. Only the strongest tailed beast was qualified to become the summoning mount of him, Uchiha Madara. Payment received. Uchiha Madara turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, Kyoei-gen got straight to the point, attempting to persuade him to stay. Mr. Madara, would you like to make another deal? The payment this time is historical documents collected in the land of fire regarding the progenitor of Chakra, the goddess Kagaya, and her 2 children. One of her children is the progenitor of ninjas, the 6-path sage. Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked at Kyoei-gen with an inquiring gaze. This youth had really prepared well. Kyoei-gen took a deep breath and said confidently. It also contains content related to the Uchiha and Senju clans. I wonder what you think, Mr. Madara. Kyoei-gen naturally understood how attractive the intelligence about the 6-path sage was to Uchiha Madara right now. The other party had not yet awakened the Rinnegan, so naturally, he had no way of knowing the records on the stone tablet in the Uchiha Naka shrine regarding Kagaya and her 2 children. Viewing the stone tablet with the Mangekyo Sharingan, one could only see, when the 2 opposing powers are united, one will attain all things in creation, which is the method to awaken the Rinnegan. It was from this moment on that Uchiha Madara began to covet Hashirama's body, wanting to sew his good friend's flesh and blood onto his own heart. Therefore, Uchiha Madara would definitely be interested in proposing this deal. And given the pride in his heart, as long as the deal he proposed was not excessive, the other party would certainly not resort to killing, arson, or looting. What are the conditions? Perhaps because the first deal with Kyoigen went very smoothly, Uchiha Madara did not refuse to listen to his request this time. Mr. Madara, as long as you reside in Churi village for half a month, you can obtain this intelligence. During this period, all your food, clothing, housing, and transportation can be covered by us. Reside. Uchiha Madara watched Kyoigen with great interest. The other party's purpose was very obvious, he wanted him to stay to try and recruit him. Half a month is not long. Besides capturing the nine-tailed and forcibly signing a summoning contract, he did indeed need some time to prepare for the future war with Hashirama. Fine. Madara's cold gaze met Gen's confident gaze. There are no restrictions, right? Kyoigen nodded. Yes, as long as you, Mr. Madara, do not harm the villagers, you can go anywhere. Whatever you want to do, Mr. Madara, just decide for yourself. Kyoigen had never expected to recruit Uchiha Madara in a short time. As long as the other party had a good impression of Churi village and was willing to live here for a long time, his plan would be a success. To achieve this, complete trust is the foundation. Besides, if Lord Madara wanted to do something, his small village would not be able to resist anyway. He dared to let Lord Madara come to the village, betting that the other party would not massacre ordinary people for no reason. If Lord Madara would really do that, he wouldn't be Lord Madara. It is precisely because he unhesitatingly fulfills the justice in his heart that he is Lord Madara. Although the process of realization is quite paranoid. Mr. Madara, then let it be so. I still have some administrative affairs to handle, so someone else will take you to your nearby residence first. There will also be someone dedicated to introducing everything about Churi village to you. The next second, Kyoigen shouted loudly. Kyoi! Here! A lively girl's voice entered the room. Bang! The office door was pushed open, and a cute girl wearing a pink Japanese yukata ran in. Ta-da! Brother Gen! Your cutest little sister has arrived. Pink short hair tied with a white braided rope, a playful and lively smile, and a small, cute figure. Kyoigen's 7-year-old foster sister made her entrance. Uchiha Madara's expression stiffened. No way, no way. Why was the person coming to receive him a child who looked like a huge hassle? Uchiha Madara was not good at dealing with children. He once accidentally made his little cousin cry, and all he wanted to do at that time was to flee the scene. Children are really too troublesome. If something troublesome happened, would he, the dignified Asura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara, really lower himself to the level of a little girl? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara made up his mind. If any accident happened, he would definitely use the body flicker technique to escape immediately. Does my favorite brother general have anything for me to do? Kyoi blinked her big eyes and looked at Kyoigen with an expectant gaze. Yes, there is a very important matter I need to ask you for help with. Kyoigen replied with a smile. Don't let her age fool you. Although his foster sister is still young, the logistics of the magistrate's office are all handled by her and their mother, Mickey. Of course, there are other sisters helping as well. It's mainly because these sisters are too enthusiastic, so he had no choice but to find some work for them to do. Mr. Madara, Kyoi is my sister, and she is very familiar with Churi village. Let her take you to the guest room and introduce Churi village to you at the same time. The next second, Kyoi immediately looked over, staring at Uchiha Madara with an enthusiastic gaze. Don't look at him with that kind of gaze. Uchiha Madara's expression was cold, but in reality, he was very uncomfortable inside. Can you change the person? Uncle Madara, do you hate Kyoi? Kyoi walked in front of Uchiha Madara and stared at him with her big, watery eyes. Don't do this. Uchiha Madara immediately felt a massive headache. Having no experience in this area and no way to solve it with force, he could only keep a straight face. Should he just use the body flicker technique and run away now? Mr. Madara. Kyo-e-gen said with a bitter smile. Kyo-e-I is just a bit lively, but she is very sensible when it comes to doing things. Please just treat her as an ordinary adult. Impossible. His eyes told him that this little girl was definitely not over 10 years old. If Hashirama were here, he would probably already be laughing at him for being nervous in front of a little girl. Kyo-e-I, I'm counting on you. Kyo-e-I's expression changed rapidly, instantly becoming gentle and considerate. Lord Madara, please come with me. Your room is inside the magistrate's office and has already been prepared. Phew. This, he could accept. Kyo-e-I, wearing an improved, activity-friendly cherry blossom-patterned yukata, walked in front, while Uchiha Madara followed. However, he deliberately kept a distance of 2 meters from Kyo-e-I. Waiting for the door to close, Kyo-e-gen slumped into his chair and let out a sigh of relief. Half a month to make Lord Madara have a good impression of Churi village. Need to make quite a lot of preparations. After speaking, he took a book out of the cabinet, examined it carefully, and nodded. He would give this gift to Lord Madara tonight. This would also give him a reason to invite him to dinner. He had heard that Lord Madara's cooking was excellent. It would be great if he could taste it. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be possible in the short term. At the moment, the only person who could frequently taste Lord Madara's cooking was probably Senju Hashirama. Yu Shaming mentally double-checked his trump cards while carefully observing Uchiha Madara's system panel. After being reincarnated into the Naruto world, he had acquired a system with a rather low profile. The system was named Feudal Lord Cultivation System. This system was one of the reasons why he hadn't become a ninja. Although he had a system, it didn't possess anything particularly impressive. There was no shop for trading items, nor were there any functions to rapidly increase his strength. However, this system could help him observe the situation within his territory very intuitively. With a thought from Yu Shaming, all the data for Churi village appeared before his eyes. Just like playing a game, he could understand every detail of the territory through intuitive data. Economic status, subordinate attributes, mastered technologies, and so on. This function was certainly convenient for planning the territory. After all, what was missing and how to develop in the future could be determined by analyzing this data. Besides the data panel, the system had other functions. Cultivation, naturally, it was aimed at him, the lord of the territory. Through training, he could condense traits similar to character ability talents. For example, persuasion. This trait was obtained in the past through constant trading, persuading business rivals, and recruiting subordinates. Once obtained, traits would not be lost, and their effects would be boosted by the system, making them even more powerful. At the same time, the system had a hidden function. Yu Shaming named it Infinite 007. As long as the people under his rule were happy, his body would remain extremely healthy, and his stamina would be endless. Even if he stayed up for 7 consecutive days without sleeping, working non-stop, his body would not suffer any major issues. Therefore, ever since he had his own territory, he had never been sick again. It was just, why did he have such a sorrowful feeling in his heart? The above were all the functions of the system. Besides that, after Yu Shaming awakened the system at the age of 4, the system also gifted him a newbie starter pack, 3 talents for governing the country and 2 powerful traits directly bestowed upon him by the system. That he could reach where he was today was mostly due to his own efforts, as well as the help of his background as the 3rd son of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The system, however, gave him the confidence to prepare for a great breakthrough. Knock knock. Brother, can I come in? Yu Shaming's contemplation was interrupted. Hearing this familiar voice, he immediately understood who had come. It's Megumi. Come in. As the door opened, a little girl resembling a princess of moonlight appeared. She had long, bright silver hair that fell almost straight to her shoulders. Her beautiful hair was tied into a ponytail with a lovely patterned silk ribbon, the ends draped over her fair neck and resting on her slightly rising chest. Her pale silver pupils seemed to shine with light, pure and elegant, like precious stones. Her soft, small body was wrapped in a beautiful brocade skirt, her temperament gentle and elegant, like the young lady of a prominent family. She was truly a budding beauty. At this moment, the visitor's information appeared in Yu Xiaoming's eyes in the form of a data panel. Name Kioi Megumi, age 8, position secretary, assistant, ability all-round, domestic affairs, affection 100 maxed, loyalty 100 maxed. The displayed data naturally went beyond what was shown above. There was more complex, detailed information that could help Yu Xiaoming understand the other party in every aspect. The system panel itself allowed him to know the vast majority of information about his subordinates, and coupled with one of the two traits given in his starter pack called ability to recognize talent, Yu Xiaoming's ability to identify people was greatly enhanced. Yu Xiaoming's ability to identify talent was one of the reasons why Churi village was full of capable people. Megumi, nothing happened in the village while I was gone, right? Yu Xiaoming asked subconsciously. Because, before leaving the village to find Lord Madara, he had handed over all affairs to Kioi Megumi to handle. Brother, everything went smoothly. Kioi Megumi hesitated and stood on her tiptoes, her eyes darting away, her silvery hair swaying slightly as she did so. I came because I wanted to see you. We haven't seen each other for 42 days. This girl remembered it so clearly. Yu Xiaoming felt a warmth in his heart. It was worth adopting this little sister. He was grateful to the system for sending such a beautiful, considerate, and super capable little sister. Since he had made up his mind to follow the path of the first emperor and unify the Naruto world, he naturally needed to recruit all kinds of talent. In addition to getting close to strong individuals like Isley and Lan, Yu Xiaoming also adopted many orphans to cultivate as reserve forces. This was the reason why more than one-third of the people in Churi village were children under 10 years old. Kioi Megumi and Kioi I were both war orphans. And Kioi Megumi was an peerless genius with maxed-out domestic affairs talent, whom Yu Xiaoming had found under the guidance of the system. Her learning ability was extremely strong. It only took her a little over 2 years to exhaust and master all the knowledge Yu Xiaoming had taught her. Because of this, Kioi Megumi served as Yu Xiaoming's secretary, assisting him with his work, and she did an excellent job. This time, before leaving for Konoha, he had confidently left all government affairs for her to handle. Yu Xiaoming was very glad that, back then, in order to quickly increase Kioi Megumi's affection and loyalty, he had given her the same surname and recognized her as his adopted younger sister. Now, the two were very close, and Kioi Megumi had not failed his expectations, helping him a lot in many matters, effectively becoming his indispensable right-hand woman. Influenced by this, he later adopted others like Kioi I as little sisters. However, because he had adopted a few too many, he stopped doing that sort of thing. You ask if he had any adopted younger brothers. Of course not. Adopting little sisters was Yu Xiaoming's hobby. Adopting younger brothers was not. Sorry for making you worry. Yu Xiaoming walked around the desk to stand in front of Kioi Megumi and raised his hand to stroke his little sister's head. Kioi Megumi smiled happily and hugged Yu Xiaoming somewhat shyly. She really missed her brother so much. Since before she was 2 years old, the two of them had been inseparable, almost never spending a single day apart, but this time, they had been separated for a full 42 days. During these days, she had been so anxious that she couldn't even eat, terrified that she would never see her brother again. It wasn't until 10 minutes ago, when she heard Aishitu's report and knew that her brother was safe and sound, that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his little sister holding onto him tightly, Yu Xiaoming smiled bitterly. When he first adopted Megumi, he had used some tricks to make their relationship close quickly. It was successful, but it did have some side effects. Because their relationship was too close, this little sister with maxed-out domestic affairs talent would lose her usual calm demeanor whenever something involving his safety arose. Alright. First, tell me about what has happened recently. I still need to pay a visit to Madara tonight. By the way, does mother know I'm back? Kioi Megumi first stood on her tiptoes, pressed against her brother's chest, and took a deep breath, lingering on his familiar scent. Then she looked up at her brother and shook her head in denial. Mother doesn't know yet. Recently, she has been mentioning your name often, brother. Ah, his mother was still the same as ever. Then let's skip the first step and go straight home. We'll talk about business once we get back. With a mother who cared about him so much, he didn't want her to worry often. On the other side, Uchiha Madara arrived at a small villa under the guidance of Kioi. Not only was the house here large, but there was also a verdant pine tree in the courtyard, which was not inferior to Uchiha Madara's clan leader residence in Konoha. Lord Madara, please wait a moment, let me ask the little sisters if they have finished cleaning. Little sisters. Uchiha Madara's eyelids twitched wildly. There wouldn't be several more little girls inside, would there? One was enough. Xiao Chun. Xiao Sha. Chu. Dong. Are you done cleaning? Kioi shouted loudly toward the house, and four little girls wearing yukatas designed for easy movement immediately darted out from inside. The four girls' clothes reflected the changing seasons: graceful green, lively yellow, tranquil orange, and elegant white. They held various cleaning tools, their clean, bare little feet clad in slightly damp wooden clogs, looking cute and beautiful. Seriously. Uchiha Madara felt as if he were surrounded by a formidable enemy. It was even more troublesome than facing four Hashiramas. Sister Kioi, we have just finished all the preparations. Kioi Haru replied in a sweet voice. These four 6-year-old girls worked efficiently and neatly, they did everything well and quickly. On weekdays, the logistical arrangements of the magistrate's office were handled by them and Kioi, the five of them. Of course, there were also many adults helping out. However, they viewed this work as their own exclusive responsibility, and it was difficult for others to intervene. The commonly used vegetables and meat have all been put into the refrigerator. Bedding and other daily necessities have all been put in place. And the miscellaneous books for passing the time have also been placed on the bookshelf. All the preparations that could be made have been completed. The four of them supplemented each other's accounts of what they had done, looking just like experienced housemaids. There's really no need for this. Uchiha Madara kept a straight face, though he was complaining internally. He was only going to stay here for half a month, a room was all he needed. But facing five little girls who were much shorter than him, he couldn't bring himself to say those words. Lord Uchiha Madara, please come in. Watching Kioi, who seemed to be planning to follow him inside later, Uchiha Madara felt a bit of a stomachache. He just wanted to be alone in peace. Although the four little girls, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, had left, Kioi, following her brother's instructions, intended to take good care of Uchiha Madara during this period. Therefore, Lord Uchiha Madara, it is getting late now. Do you need me to prepare dinner for you? The sky outside was already covered in the dim yellow glow of the sunset, it was indeed time for dinner. Sitting cross-legged in the living room with the gunbai still on his back, Uchiha Madara's eyebrows twitched, and he refused. No, there's no need. I have soldier pills. Kioi puffed out her cheeks and, pretending to be angry, said with her hands on her hips. How can that be? Soldier pills are dry and astringent, how can they taste better than a home-cooked meal? Lord Uchiha Madara, are you the type of man who is afraid of trouble and just scrapes by because you don't have a wife at home? Hissed Tilda. Uchiha Madara quietly observed this little girl, who was quite close to him and acted very familiar, out of the corner of his eye. It wasn't that he couldn't cook. Hashirama often came to his house to mooch meals, after all. Do as you please. Uchiha Madara's tone was exasperated. Just leave it to me. Kioi jumped up with a smile, her little feet, wrapped in delicate white silk stockings beneath her small skirt, hopping along with her. Most of the meals at home are prepared by me, you know. My brother loves the dishes I make the most. Having said that, the little girl carried a small stool and ran into the kitchen. For her, being only 1.45 meters tall, the stove was still a bit high. Soon, the sound of chopping vegetables and the little girl's beautiful humming drifted from the kitchen. It was too strange. Uchiha Madara couldn't figure out how things had developed into this situation. He had only left Konoha yesterday, leaving behind the house that only Hashirama would often visit. Yet this afternoon, there was a familiar little girl, whom he wasn't good at dealing with, busy in the kitchen preparing dinner for him. Usually, it was Hashirama waiting in the living room. Now, he was actually experiencing this feeling. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Madara unbuckled the gunbai from his back and placed it in the corner of the room. These next 2 weeks might be quite lively. He could tell that the young man would likely use many unexpected methods to recruit him. Although Uchiha Madara understood Kyoi Gen's goal, he did not inwardly reject the other party's actions. This young man had indeed prepared thoroughly and understood him well. What harm was there in playing along with him? After about half an hour, Uchiha Madara heard footsteps. Someone was walking this way. There were 3 people. The small gate of the courtyard creaked, and Kyoi Gen's voice drifted in. Mr. Uchiha Madara, I have come to visit you for a matter. So it was him. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes again. He would just see what methods this young man had prepared this time. The wooden door connecting the living room to the courtyard was slid open. Uchiha Madara looked up and saw Kyoi Gen, who had changed into a dark blue men's yukata. His demeanor had changed significantly, giving people a mature and steady feeling. But that face still looked too young and overly handsome. Standing on either side of Kyoi Gen were 2 females, 1 adult and 1 child. One of them was clearly another little girl, with rare silver hair. The other was an exquisitely beautiful adult woman. Her long, beautiful black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her exquisite pupils were like the night sky. Even while wearing a magnificent kimono, one could still discern the full, romantic figure beneath it. The charm of a woman was fully displayed. Of course, no matter how beautiful she was, in the eyes of Lord Madara, she was no different from an ordinary person. Mr. Uchiha Madara, thank you for taking care of my child some time ago. The graceful noblewoman's beautiful red lips parted slightly as she bowed slightly to express her gratitude. This person was none other than Kyoi Gen's mother, Miki. She was also a geisha whose beauty was once renowned throughout the land of fire. The wife of a daimyo. Uchiha Madara was a bit surprised and stood up without much hesitation. Please, sit. He, Uchiha Madara, also knew the etiquette of hospitality. Well, even though this wasn't actually his residence. Miki, Kyoi Gen, and Kyoi Megumi all knelt on one side of the long, low table, facing Uchiha Madara. I heard from Gen that this time when he went to Konoha for business, it was thanks to Mr. Uchiha Madara's protection that he returned safely. This visit is to thank you, sir. Miki took a small package out of her large sleeve and placed it on the table. Gen said that he hadn't given you your remuneration yet, so please accept the 200,000 ryo in banknotes inside. Just then, Uchiha Madara happened to see Kyoi Gen winking at him and mouthing something about helping him cover a lie. Then, thank you very much. One can never have too much money. Seeing that he had accepted it, Miki smiled happily. To her, the most important thing was her child. She was willing to pay any price to keep her child safe. At this moment, her soft right hand was holding Kyoi Gen's left hand. Having not seen him for so long, she had missed her child terribly. Ahem. Kyoi Gen took out the book he had prepared in advance and placed it on the table. Mr. Uchiha Madara, this is a small token of my appreciation. Uchiha Madara looked down and saw the words, Secret Technique, on the book. This is a ninja secret technique I researched. It is quite different from the ninjutsu of the 5 great nations. Although it might not be of much use to the Asura of the ninja world, perhaps it can broaden your perspective. Kyoi Gen smiled and handed the book over. The second trait gifted by the system's beginner gift pack was called Ninjutsu Doctor. Even though he had never refined chakra or practiced any ninjutsu, in terms of ninjutsu theory, he was absolutely at the highest level in the ninja world. It was no problem for him to rival Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara felt Kyoi Gen's confidence once again. Did the other party think these secret techniques could interest him? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Thus, he accepted it as well. At this moment, Kioi darted out of the kitchen. Older brother, mother, older sister, you all came too. I just finished preparing dinner for Lord Madara. After she finished speaking, a rather sumptuous and incredibly delicious-looking fish dish was brought out. So big. Uchiha Madara could honestly say that he had never seen a grilled fish that was a full meter long. Golden sauce and scallion oil were drizzled over it. The pungent aroma stimulated his appetite. Hee hee hee. Kyoi's secret fish dish. This is a secret dish I learned from my master. Uchiha Madara admitted that compared to a soldier pill, the large pieces of fish meat in front of him, which seemed to not even have any fish bones, were much more delicious. Lord Madara, please go ahead and eat. Remember to leave it in the kitchen when you're finished. Kioi will come by tomorrow morning to clean up the dishes for Lord Madara, who has no wife. Having said that, Kioi hugged Kioi-gen from behind, looking very happy. Older brother, let's go back. You detained Kaharu and the others must have everything ready already. We haven't eaten together for a while. Kioi-gen smiled bitterly. Being doted on by his mother and younger sisters, he had no way to refuse. With no other choice, Kioi-gen could only bid farewell to Lord Madara. In any case, the other party had already agreed. Starting to build a relationship from tomorrow would also be fine. Thus, only Uchiha Madara remained in the large, detached villa. However, for him, this was actually better. He preferred being alone. After washing the plates and utensils, Uchiha Madara came to the courtyard and looked up at the gentle moon. Coming out this time and unexpectedly meeting Kioi-gen had actually made his life a lot more interesting. He didn't want to sleep yet, so he decided to take a look at the book of secret technique that the other party had sent over. Madara took out the brand new book and opened to the first page. Uchiha Madara opened the Book of Secret Techniques, gifted by Kioi-gen. The opening was a detailed explanation of the nature of chakra itself. For example, ninjas normally do not have chakra in their bodies. It is generated by converting physical energy when it is needed. During battle, a ninja must continuously manufacture and use chakra in order to release jutsu. Of course, Lord Madara was not interested in these basics and skipped them directly. The second chapter explained the 5 basic natures of chakra, as well as the 2 special natures. He turned the page again. By this time, Lord Madara didn't have much expectation for the secret technique described above. Just as he opened to the 3rd chapter, the words, flow seal, caught his attention. Sealing jutsu. The first thing Uchiha Madara thought of was Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito. The Uzumaki clan was famous for its sealing jutsu, and he had learned about the Uzumaki's sealing jutsu before, yet he had never heard of this flow seal. With the intention of passing time and learning more ninjutsu, Lord Madara patiently read on. In ninja combat, the amount of chakra is crucial. The stronger the physical strength, the more chakra one can manufacture, the stronger the endurance in battle, and the more powerful the ninjutsu. This was basic, and he, Uchiha Madara, had deep personal experience with Senju Hashirama's endless stamina. Because the manufactured chakra is consumed rapidly, it will dissipate into the air even if not used. Therefore, most people improve their stamina, which is the amount of chakra they can manufacture, through physical and mental training. And Flow Seal enhances a ninja's combat capability by storing chakra. Storing. The image of Uzumaki Mito flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind. The Uzumaki clan had a secret technique called Yin Seal. It could store excess chakra on the forehead, forming a diamond-shaped mark. By releasing the seal during battle, one could unleash a large amount of chakra, enhancing combat capability. However, the learning conditions for this sealing jutsu were harsh. One must possess extremely delicate chakra control. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques were not easily revealed, so as far as Madara knew, only Uzumaki Mito could use the Yin Seal. Flow Seal. Uchiha Madara frowned. These secret techniques were created by Kioi General Could such a child really create a secret technique that rivaled those of the Uzumaki clan? Casting aside his distractions, Madara read carefully, unable to wait. This idea. Uchiha Madara gripped the book tightly, considering the possibility of realizing this sealing jutsu. When he continued to turn the page, he was truly shocked by the practical methods and usage described. The human body has 361 chakra points distributed along the meridian system. This flow seal aimed to construct special seals called star gates on these chakra points using sealing jutsu. Star gates could store a large amount of chakra, and at the same time, prevent chakra from leaking and dissipating from the body to a certain extent. Therefore, theoretically, one could construct 361 star gates within the body. However, the time consumed to construct a star gate was somewhat long, and the difficulty of constructing a new star gate would increase significantly each time. An ordinary person often needed 7 days to construct one star gate, half a month for the second star gate, and a month for the third. Almost every time one was added, the time consumed would double. Although one could accelerate the construction of star gates by producing a large amount of chakra, an ordinary person's chakra volume was not enough to speed it up much. Therefore, although this sealing jutsu was not very difficult, it required time to accumulate, and it could not improve combat power in a short time for ordinary people. This secret technique was also classified as an A-rank secret technique by Kyoi General. If flow seal only stored chakra, Uchiha Madara would not be too surprised. According to what was written above, 3 star gates could probably only store an amount of chakra equal to one's own capacity. It was not much. But the information above showed that one could construct star gates in special locations, echoing each other and resonating throughout the body, thereby increasing chakra activity and enhancing the power of ninjutsu. Because chakra was always present in the body, one could even rely on this chakra to continuously activate cells, achieving the effect of eternal youth. 3-talent star formation, 5-element interaction, 7-star Big Dipper, 9-star sun shining. Among them, constructing Theshevan star alignment would take about 2.5 years, and constructing the 9-star sun shining would take about 10 years. 9-star sun shining could store 3 times one's own chakra, and the comprehensive combat power increase was nearly 5-fold. According to the text, as long as one carved the sealing formation on the body, the star gates could automatically absorb chakra to form, without needing to spend time specifically to condense it. In other words, practicing flow seal would not delay one's own training time, it would only keep oneself in a state of continuous consumption of physical strength. If it were true, Uchiha Madara saw the hope of defeating Hashirama. The method for constructing the sealing formation was also written in the book, but special materials were required for the best effect. So that's it. Is he trying to tempt him and then propose conditions based on this? Uchiha Madara smiled and shook his head. The biggest function of this flow seal was still to store chakra. But for people like him and Hashirama who had endless stamina and could fight for 3 days and 3 nights, the effect was actually not very significant. If the conditions proposed by Kyoi-gen were not difficult to fulfill, he could trade with him. Next, Uchiha Madara opened the next chapter. 4 states of form. What kind of secret technique was this? With flow seal beforehand, Uchiha Madara was somewhat looking forward to seeing what effects this secret technique had. The training conditions stated that one needed to know the nature transformation of yin-style chakra, and have strong chakra control. It was a B-rank secret technique. A yin-release secret technique. That was rare. The secret techniques of the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan made use of the yin nature transformation. After reading carefully, Uchiha Madara discovered that the so-called 4 states of form was a secret technique that combined chakra form transformation with yin-style nature transformation. It was divided into 4 types: hard state, adhesive state, ripple state, and hidden state. All 4 states required spreading chakra throughout the whole body, each with different special effects. Uchiha Madara browsed through all the content and extended his left hand. Pale blue chakra formed the shape of a large blade. A leaf fell, passed through the edge of the chakra blade, and was sliced directly into 2 halves. Consumption is average. If used in conjunction with a weapon, the effect should be better. The chakra surrounding his body changed again, forming rock-like blocks resembling steel. Just by looking at it, one could tell it had extremely strong defensive capabilities. The hard state, as the name implies, used yin-style nature transformation to give chakra a material form, and then used form transformation to create blades, armor, etc. The adhesive state transformed the chakra form into a rubber-like substance during this process, capable of absorbing a large amount of impact-type damage. As for the ripple state and hidden state, the explanation above was that they improved a ninja's sensory capabilities and concealment capabilities. Compared to the former two, which could be intuitively demonstrated, the latter two were harder to realize. It felt like the help wasn't very big. Compared to Flow Seal, Uchiha Madara thought four states of form had no special use. At least, it was of no great use for improving his own strength. He flipped through the back of the book again and found that the contents written there were all lifestyle-type ninjutsu developed by Kyoi General. For example, D-rank ninjutsu such as boiler heating technique, water drawing technique, amplification technique, watering technique, copying technique, and so on. After just a brief glance, Uchiha Madara lost interest. Overall, there was still some harvest. The flow seal and four states of form indeed offered a powerful boost to ordinary ninjas. Although B-rank ninjutsu were difficult to cultivate, they could serve as the village's standard secret techniques. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara thought of Kyoi Gen's ideal of unifying the world. These two secret techniques. HMPH. It's not just talk. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, surrounded by his six younger sisters, Kyoi Gen suddenly noticed that Uchiha Madara's panel had changed. Favorability 62. Lord Madara's favorability actually rose by so much. Giving away the book of secret techniques was indeed the right choice. Xiao Gen, come sleep with mom. On the oversized bed in the bedroom, Mickey, wearing only a thin sheer nightgown, looked at her child with eager eyes. It's been a long time since she slept holding her son, she had to give him a good hug tonight. Kyoi Gen smiled helplessly. Spoiled by his mother, he had never been able to escape the days of sleeping together. Perhaps this was one of the ways their family showed their mutual affection. Big brother, we want to too. His lovely younger sisters all looked over. Kyoi Gen's stomach began to hurt again. Although their family bed was custom-made and could accommodate 2 adults plus 6 children. They didn't need to crowd into the bed every single time. Waking up in the morning to find himself tightly hugged from all sides, he was also very mentally exhausted. But a certain mother had decreed that until Kyoi Gen got married, their whole family had to sleep in one bedroom. If Kyoi Megumi, Kyoi Ai, and Chun, Sha, Chu, and Dong grew up, that would naturally be another matter. At least for now, Kyoi Gen had to endure the daily torment of being used as a body pillow by his mother and younger sisters. Waking up every morning covered in a sweet, feminine fragrance was also quite a troubling thing. He almost wished it could be like this every day. That night, Kyoi Gen's head sank into a deep sense of guilt, and he fell asleep surrounded by his mother's head pats and sweet fragrance. Cock-a-doodle-doo. In the early morning, the roosters raised in Churi village began to crow. By this time, Uchiha Madara had already begun his training in the courtyard. He was shirtless, doing a handstand, supporting his entire body using only his right index finger. Word had it that his habit of liking to take off his shirt was learned from Senju Hashirama. Uncle Madara. Uncle. Why was she calling him uncle again? Without even looking, Madara knew exactly which troublesome fellow had arrived. At this moment, Kyoi Ai was wearing a cute cherry blossom yukata, her small feet wrapped in white stockings and sandals, looking very beautiful. She flashed a bright smile and said, Uncle Madara, accompany me for a stroll around the village. I'll take you to see some fun places. Big brother told me to entertain you well today. Her tiny hand held a small round fan painted with plum blossoms, gently covering her giggling face. Influenced by Mickey, all of Kyoi Gen's younger sisters were sweet talkers who knew how to win the favor of the adults around them. Today, Kioi had come well prepared. Stroll around the village, huh? Uchiha Madara exerted force with his waist, leapt up slightly, and landed on the ground. He was indeed somewhat interested in the village established by that young boy. Fine. Uncle Madara. With you keeping such a straight face, you don't have even a bit of big brother's charm. Tisk. Uchiha Madara turned his head away, rather displeased. What does a mere child know? When he was in his clan, he was extremely popular with the women. Thinking of this, Madara's expression became even more sour. Kioi keenly sensed the change in Uchiha Madara's emotions and recalled her brother Kioi Gen's description. According to her brother, Uchiha Madara was someone who sorely lacked love, and now had no close relations whatsoever, making him very pitiful. Madara felt a tug on the hem of his clothes and looked down at Kioi beside him. Big brother Madara, don't look so grumpy. You're clearly a big handsome guy if you just dress up a bit, but it's completely ruined by this gloomy face. If you smiled more often, there would definitely be plenty of girls chasing after you. Ah, did he, the Asura of the ninja world, actually need to be comforted by a little girl? You mean like this? For some reason, Uchiha Madara felt a sudden urge to play a prank on her. He threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. He truly possessed the demeanor of the leader of the four laughing legends of the Uchiha. Ahahahaha. Ah! This arrogant laughter instantly drew the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. Uncle Madara, laughing like that will scare the children. Kioi made a disgusted face. For some reason, Uchiha Madara was reminded of Senju Hashirama's face, which often suddenly became depressed. Right now, he also felt a bit like making that kind of expression. Of course, he was the cold Asura of the ninja world, so he naturally wouldn't act like that idiot Hashirama. Thus, ending his wild laughter, he seamlessly switched back to his poker face. And it was even colder than before. Well, big brother Madara. Kioi chose to forget the previous scene and looked up at him with a cute expression. There will always be times of disappointment in life. Only family and delicious food will never let you down. The place we are going next is just such a venue that brings people joy. Seeing Kioi making a cheering gesture for him, Madara unconsciously smiled. Could it be some restaurant? Hee hee hee. Kioi lowered her voice and said with a playful expression. The place we are going is right there. At this moment, they happened to arrive at an intersection. Her tiny hand pointed to a huge building at the end of the road, which had a very prominent pink cat paw sign in the center. The place with the most delicacies in Churi village. Cat's Paw Canteen. Uchiha Madara turned to look down the long street, his eyes widening involuntarily. The long street here was significantly livelier, with many white cats wearing shirts and walking upright on two legs running back and forth. It was as if they had suddenly arrived at a secret place. They are. Uchiha Madara watched as these white cats talked with the surrounding residents, helped them carry things, and some even played with the children. They are felines. Kioi said in a very proud tone. Their clan signed a contract with Gen Nichin, becoming Churi village's best helpers and companions. Oh, by the way, besides the white felines, there are also the black melinxes who don't show themselves very often. The melinxes are mostly responsible for guards and intelligence work in the shadows. So those were black cats in ninja outfits that he saw before entering the village. Uchiha Madara found it somewhat unbelievable. It was his first time seeing a summoned beast clan so closely integrated with human society. Let's go. Today we're going to visit head chef Fenris of the Cat's Paw Canteen. He is the patriarch of the felines, Big Brother's contract partner, and also my cooking teacher. Seeing Kioi skipping forward, Uchiha Madara quickly caught up. He didn't dislike the lively atmosphere here, it had a vitality quite different from Konoha. Here's today's goods order, meow tilde. The villager who received the delivery took out land of fire currency and paid the white cat, which was only as tall as their thigh. Uchiha Madara curiously looked around. These felines really get along well with humans, and they seem to be able to speak human language. Uncle Madara, over here. At the entrance of the massive Cat's Paw Canteen building, Kioi waved her arms and shouted at Uchiha Madara. Can you please be consistent with how you address him? Can you stop calling me uncle whenever you are unhappy with me? Uchiha Madara grumbled inwardly, then quickly followed Kyoei into the cat's paw canteen. There were many people inside, along with many different types of small-scale shops. Upon closer observation, the shopkeepers and staff inside were all felines with various fur patterns. Adults and children were strolling around, eating as they walked, and enjoying a delicious breakfast. There were not only small shops but also massive ones capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Many children and felines picked up trays of food from the counters and sat together at long tables, chatting while they ate. The supplies in our Churi village have always been very abundant, thanks to the folks at the Wan commercial firm and the Changong building. Oh right, let me explain. The Wan commercial firm is a trade caravan personally built by my brother. It is responsible for the exchange of supplies in Churi village, bringing back goods from the 5 great nations and selling the village's specialties to commercial organizations in the 5 great nations. The Changong building is responsible for all work scheduling in the village, gathering, construction, processing, and so on are all done by them. In addition, there is the Security Bureau responsible for the village's safety and order, the War Department responsible for external combat, the Research Institute responsible for developing new technologies, the school responsible for teaching knowledge, and the hospital responsible for treating the sick. The Cat's Paw Canteen is the place responsible for the entire village's public food processing, and it is basically run by the felines. Villagers who don't want to cook come here to eat. You can also place orders for delivery to your home. Under my brother's management, the village is governed in an orderly fashion, and he handles all affairs from top to bottom. In just 6 short years, it has developed from a small hamlet into the large village it is today. He is the lord whom our entire village is proud of. Kyoei's tone was filled with pride. After all, that was her most beloved and proudest brother. Indeed. Uchiha Madara admitted to himself that what he had seen so far had already surpassed Konoha. That young man seemed very skilled at integrating the power in his hands. Oh, right. Our village has a population of 20,000, over 1,000 felines, and, I think over 800 melinxes. This is no longer the scale of a mere village, is it? Brother says that the current construction is not enough yet. We are working hard to build Churi village into Churi city, and there are still many technologies that need to be broken through. This young man is indeed seriously considering the matter of unifying the world. But without enough ninjas, especially Jonin, he won't be able to unify the ninja world. Moreover, with powerhouses like him and Hashirama who are capable of destroying the 5 great nations by themselves, unifying the ninja world would certainly not succeed. That is why I must recruit him. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but laugh. He has a plan, execution, and courage. This young man is quite good. Kyoei Gen, who was processing official business with his sister Kyoei Megumi in the magistrate's office, looked up and saw that Uchiha Madara's favorability rating on the panel had increased by another 5 points. You're really amazing. I'll give you extra food tonight. Uncle Isley, Big Sister Lan, you're here too. On the top floor of the Cat's Paw Canteen, Uchiha Madara saw the man and woman who had welcomed him and Kyoei Gen at the village gate yesterday. Lan, wearing a fishnet ninja outfit, looked at Kyoei with loving eyes and patted her little head. She liked these children very much. Good morning, Lord Madara. Isley and Lan stood up simultaneously and bowed slightly to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara just nodded in return, his gaze already glancing toward a large feline in front of the oversized stove at the end. This feline was about the same height as Kyoei, had a scar over its right eye, and carried a giant sword on its back. Its powerful muscles could not be hidden even by its gray and white fur. The aura of a strong warrior. Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised. He was actually sensing the aura of a battle-hardened warrior from a summoned beast. Hello. This feline wearing a red headband looked at Uchiha Madara. The gazes of the man and the cat collided in the air. Brother Madara, this is my cooking master, Fenris. Kyoei trotted over and jumped directly over the high stove. Hey! Hug! Fenris, covered in soft cat fur, was hugged. I'm still covered in oil. Tilda meow. It's fine, I love Master's fur the most. Fenris made a helpless expression, letting the other party stroke its fur. What do you want to eat this time? Master, please prepare a meat course meal for Uncle Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Madara also arrived at the stove, observing the open kitchen and the surrounding small assistant felines. You must be Uchiha Madara, the person General values. Fenris looked at Uchiha Madara with a sharp gaze, its expression appearing quite serious. You are our guest, so we will naturally treat you with the highest grade cuisine. Prepare. Meow. X6. The 6 assistant felines around raised their hands high, full of spirit. Kyoei also walked out of the kitchen so as not to interfere with them. Brother Madara, Master's cooking is much better than mine, it will definitely satisfy you. Thinking back to the delicious food he had eaten yesterday, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt hungry. To be honest, he was very satisfied with that meal. Kyoei's cooking master, I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, the middle-aged Uncle Isley, who had just finished breakfast, and the romantic big sister Lan also walked over. The cooking process was very interesting and worth watching. The assistant felines brought out a massive meat slab, fully 1.5 meters long, from the large furnace behind them. Uchiha Madara swore that this was the first time he had ever seen such a large slab of meat. The next moment, Fenris drew the iron greatsword from its back and quickly sliced the meat in front of it into several pieces. Seeing the scarred greatsword with its broken tip, Uchiha Madara felt a bit curious. What kind of battlefield had this feline endured? Fenris used the greatsword directly as a spatula, flipping the meat slabs over and over. The flames under the stove became increasingly vigorous. This somewhat simple, wild-style kitchen was very suitable for this kind of bold and unconstrained cooking. Suddenly, Fenris scooped with its left hand and poured a large spoonful of oil directly onto the seared meat slabs. Flames erupted, enveloping the entire piece of meat. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara was quite excited. He actually, for once, wanted to try this cooking method. Cooking with fierce fire and oil. A rich aroma hit his nose. Side dishes, spices, plating, Fenris's movements became delicate. Soon, a sumptuous meat dish was placed in front of Uchiha Madara. The plate was half a meter long, and the portion was more than enough for 2 or 3 people. Slurp. Uchiha Madara swallowed his saliva. His taste buds were cheering. Please. Fenris extended its paw, gesturing for him to eat. Uchiha Madara picked up an iron skewer topped with roasted meat and started eating. Delicious. This kind of roasted meat brought out the texture of the meat perfectly. Every bite he swallowed made his whole body heat up. Seeing Uchiha Madara devouring the meat, Fenris smiled. This is the happiness of being a chef. In a short time, Uchiha Madara finished the entire meat dish and rubbed his slightly bulging stomach. Very good. This was the first time he had ever eaten such delicious food. In terms of culinary arts, I, Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. You are welcome to come again next time. There is no need for money. Gen has instructed that all your expenses are to be covered by him. Only then did Uchiha Madara remember that he should pay. However, since someone was willing to pay for him, he might as well accept it. Uchiha Madara stood up and looked at Kyoei. Uncle Madara, you can just call me I, like everyone else does. Cough, cough, cough. He found it difficult to say such an affectionate nickname. But she was just a child. Just a child. As the Asura of the ninja world, how could he possibly be stumped by something like this? Where are we going next? Having just forced himself to say it, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but turn his head away to avoid seeing Kyoei's expression. PFF'd. Brother, now I know why you said Uncle Madara is actually quite cute. She laughed. She definitely laughed, didn't she? Uchiha Madara stiffly turned his head back, his cold poker face nearly crumbling. Lord Madara. At this moment, Lan, who was standing nearby, spoke up, and Lord Madara naturally shifted his attention to her. The name of the Asura of the ninja world resounds throughout the ninja world. Isli and I are the heads of the security bureau, and we have a duty to protect everyone in the village. Would you be willing to have a sparring match with us to provide some guidance? Oh. Was this arranged by Kyo-i-gen? Thinking of the two secret techniques, flow seal and four states of form, Uchiha Madara roughly guessed Kyo-i-gen's intention. A sparring match, huh? Let's consider it payment for this meal. Very well. It's a good chance to stretch my limbs. A while later, Uchiha Madara, Kyo-i, Isli, and Lan arrived at a spacious training ground. Lord Madara, this is where the Security Bureau personnel train daily. We hope you can hold back a little, repairing the grounds is quite troublesome. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement, then immediately revealed an expectant expression. Both people in front of him must know how to use secret techniques. Let's begin. He couldn't wait to have a hearty taijutsu battle. By this time, Kyo-i had already hidden in a corner. Her combat strength didn't even reach that of a genin, she only knew how to use chakra to activate her body to run up walls and across rooftops. Being too close would make it easy to get accidentally injured and would affect the performance of the three of them. It was better to just watch from a distance. Come. As soon as Madara finished speaking, a layer of pale blue chakra cloak immediately wrapped around Isli and Lan. His Crimson 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, and after careful observation, Uchiha Madara found the 9 star gates hidden within their bodies that store dense chakra. If their aptitude was only average, then the two of them must have been practicing flow seal for at least 10 years. Doesn't that mean Kyo-i-gen created this secret technique when he was only 5 or 6 years old? Is that possible? Never mind, I'll just test the power of this secret technique directly. Based on the current strength of their chakra, they were stronger than the vast majority of Jonin in Konoha today. P.S. Both have about 3 Kakashis worth of chakra, the amount of chakra equal to 3 Kakashis. Wearing a blue robe, Uchiha Madara used a body flicker technique to appear instantly in front of the middle-aged man, Isli. His right hand, wearing a gauntlet, swung out rapidly. So fast. Even though he sensed the movement using ripple state, his body still had trouble keeping up. Is this the speed of a legendary ninja? The next moment, the chakra cloak on Isli's body underwent a visible transformation, becoming incredibly smooth and rounded. Adhesive state. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Uchiha Madara felt as if his fist had struck a soft yet tough wall, and most of the force was dissipated into the air. Interesting. At this moment, Isli took a step back due to the excessive impact, then quickly steadied himself. Hard state. The chakra cloak wrapping his right fist quickly shifted into an angular, steel-like shape and slammed directly into Uchiha Madara's chest. Pale blue chakra erupted from Madara's chest, and the rounded chakra directly blocked the punch. His body fell backward from the impact, but he performed a spin in midair and landed on the ground with ease. So that's how it is. Uchiha Madara looked at Lan in front of him with considerable excitement. He had underestimated the 4 states of form secret technique. This secret technique needed to be combined with flow seal to achieve maximum effect. By using the locking effect of flow seal on chakra, the chakra was condensed into a cloak worn around the outside of the body. The rate of chakra dissipation was drastically reduced, and the resulting chakra cloak was perfect for using the 4 states of form secret technique. Therefore, the opponent was able to block his heavy punch with minimal cost. You have to understand, ordinary ninjas cannot withstand his punches. Interesting. Too interesting. How many more surprises could that boy give him? Meanwhile, inside the office, Kyo-i-gen excitedly watched Uchiha Madara's favorability rating increase slightly again, nearing the 70 mark. A little more effort. Stealing Lord Madara away from Senju Hashirama is not just a dream. It was Kyo-i-gen who had instructed Isli and Lan to ask Madara for a sparring match. In his plan, if he wanted Lord Madara to willingly settle in Churi village, firstly, the living environment had to be comfortable for him. Regarding food, he had Kyo-i take Lord Madara to the Cat's Paw canteen. Secondly, Churi village had to have sufficient value. This was the reason why Kyo-i-gen practically gave information to Lord Madara for free, and even gave away the secret techniques that he and his subordinates had worked hard to develop. This sparring match also had the purpose of showcasing the secret techniques. Lord Madara, please be careful. Izly shouted, with no intention of holding back. Come on. He, Uchiha Madara, wanted to see exactly what that kid Kyoigen intended to show him. At this moment, more than a dozen thin Senbon needles fell from Izly's long sleeves. These Senbon were wrapped in the adhesive state chakra cloak, as if frozen within it. Hard state addition Senbon needles. By swinging his sleeves, using his body's rotation and the power of chakra activation, Izly threw the Senbon from the adhesive state sleeves at Uchiha Madara. The moment the Senbon left the chakra cloak, a layer of needle-shaped hard state cloak wrapped around them. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Uchiha Madara's Crimson 3 Tomo Sharingan spun, and he used the body flicker technique to leave his spot. More than a dozen Senbon plunged directly into the soil, leaving behind over a dozen dark holes. The chakra with the hard state addition has greatly increased in power. These Senbon don't seem to be made of chakra conductive metal. In other words, adding hard state to weapons does not require chakra conductive metal with good chakra conductivity. The next moment, the Crimson Sharingan noticed Lan pointing her palm toward him. Ripple State Genjutsu World Inversion. Thump. The scene before Uchiha Madara's eyes blurred. The world turned upside down, he was now standing on the sky, with the ground above his head, everything was inverted. Genjutsu, HMPH. Release. Uchiha Madara immediately controlled the chakra in his body to surge wildly, and the scene before his eyes returned to normal. Through what method did she make him fall for the Genjutsu? Vision. Hearing. No. Uchiha Madara immediately recalled the introduction about Ripple State in the Book of Secret Techniques. Using Ripple State requires strong control over chakra. As the name suggests, it involves spreading chakra around the body in the form of ripples. The stronger the control and the more chakra one has, the wider the range of propagation. Within this range, everything detected by the chakra ripples becomes known to the user. Furthermore, the user can also rely on these ripples to extend the duration of chakra in the air. So, it uses chakra ripples as a medium for casting genjutsu. It is even harder to defend against than the five senses. Next time, he would not intentionally fall for a genjutsu again. His Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan scanned his surroundings, however, all he saw was Kyoi standing in the corner of the training ground. No chakra. Is it hidden state? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but laugh. To think it could even deceive the 3 Tomo Sharingan. By using a special method to activate the Stargate and lowering chakra activity to the minimum, they could achieve an effect where they couldn't be detected by techniques that sense chakra. Supplemented with a ninja's transformation technique, it could deceive the perception of the vast majority of people. But, knowing the principle of the hidden state, it was easy to counter. Break it with brute force. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms in front of his waist, and a massive amount of chakra enveloped his entire body. Ripple state. Chakra storm. The pale blue chakra expanded outward like a raging storm, crashing against the surrounding ground like a tidal wave. The Sharingan quickly captured the fleeting chakra reaction that was exposed. Shuriken. The Uchiha clan's Shuriken Jutsu made the Shuriken curve in the air, piercing precisely into a rock and a large tree on the training ground. The next second, Izly and Lan appeared beside the rock and the tree trunk, respectively. Two shurikens sliced through the hair beside their ears. Such a violent chakra storm, so brutally disrupting their restrained chakra. Uchiha Madara's chakra reserves were definitely far beyond the two of them. What terrifying strength. Come. Continue. Uchiha Madara beckoned to the two of them with anticipation. He still wanted to know more about the practical applications of these two secret techniques. Izly and Lan looked at each other and nodded. The basic demonstration was enough, it was time to use the results of their own training. Izly leapt and arrived in front of Lan. His hands extended from his long sleeves, already equipped with gleaming silver white fist blades. At the same time, Lan, who was behind Izly, pulled out two sections of chain blades from her sleeves. Shuriken-shaped blades were embedded segment by segment onto the silver-white long whip, looking incredibly terrifying. If this kind of weapon hit someone, it would probably cause a massive wound. Charge. Isley charged out with a serious expression, a tuft of white hair above his forehead blowing in the wind. The two fist blades in his hands were quickly covered in a layer of hard state, the ferocious blades looking like a beast's claws, showing their edge to the enemy. Welcome. Uchiha Madara charged forward with his bare hands, the chakra at his hands condensing into the shape of blades. Although using 4 states of form without flow seal would consume significantly more, with his abundant stamina, even without flow seal, 4 states of form could still be used as a conventional method. Clang! The two pale blue hard state chakra collided, emitting the sound of clashing metal. As expected of Lord Madara, to be able to condense hard state of this intensity relying only on his own chakra. Beads of sweat appeared on Isley's forehead. According to Lord Gen, the other party only spent 1 night learning it. To be able to achieve this level, is it the natural talent of the Asura of the ninja world himself, or is it because of the Sharingan's copying ability? The Uchiha clan, having inherited the Sage Eye, was born with yin-style chakra and also possessed the copy eye capable of replicating the changes in others' chakra, making them naturally suited for learning yin-style secret techniques. And for a powerhouse like Madara who could see through their hidden state, this was even more true. Come. Make me more delighted. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes wide, his smile arrogant and wild. He was looking forward to seeing more novel fighting styles. This Lord Madara's personality really is just as Lord General said. Isley looked at the joyful Uchiha Madara, his heart complicated. Ninjas like them, who had no talent and relied on flow seal to forcefully pile up chakra, couldn't even make this legendary ninja get serious. It's a bit discouraging. Who tilde? At this moment, black patterns appeared on the skin hidden under Isley's clothes. These patterns connected to each other, forming 9 interconnected star diagrams. He's getting serious. Under the Sharingan, the 9 star gates inside Isley erupted with powerful chakra, instantly pouring into his entire body. His overall chakra volume increased to 3 times its original amount. By increasing the chakra volume of the star gates, one could multiply their own combat power. It was just that afterwards, he would have to spend a lot of time and eat a lot of food to replenish himself and refill these star gates. Lord Madara. Let me show you the strength of a Jonin from Churi village. Taijutsu. Hard state. Fierce tiger claw. The hard state chakra covering the fist blades strengthened significantly, and the powerful cutting force directly sliced Madara's hard state chakra blade into pieces. The remaining force left 6 deep claw marks and gullies on the hard yellow ground. This attack power was even stronger than ordinary A-rank ninjutsu. Taijutsu. Hard state. Tiger Roar Strike. Taking advantage of the moment Uchiha Madara hadn't condensed a chakra blade, Isley attacked him with a taijutsu technique that mimicked a tiger roaring in the mountains. Excessive power, insufficient agility. Madara's Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan emitted a soul-capturing pressure. The chakra flow and taijutsu movements inside Isley were all under his observation. Click. Just at the moment Isley thrust his claws, Uchiha Madara pressed down on his elbow with lightning speed. His power was blocked by the joint lock, and the excessive force instead made Isley's bones groan in agony. Boom. Fu-wah. A kick, swift as lightning, sent Isley flying into the distance, crashing into a rock far away. Just as Uchiha Madara had not yet withdrawn his move, 2 chain blades bit toward him like long snakes. The chakra flow is strange. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan clearly saw the extremely faint chakra ripples in the air. His right hand formed a palm blade, and he slashed toward the chain blades with a hard state chakra blade. Dance. The chain blades immediately turned in midair, moving with serpentine agility, dodging the swing of the chakra blade. Quite capable. Madara just tilted his head, dodging the attacks of the 2 chain blades. Even that long hair of his wasn't damaged. It's not over yet. Open. The shuriken blades on the chain blades suddenly shot out. 10 shuriken wrapped in wind-style chakra slashed toward Uchiha Madara's head from close range. Good fellow. Madara's body rotated at an unbelievable speed, his long hair whipping around like a windmill. Clang, 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 clang. A dense sound of clashing metal rang out. These shuriken were all knocked away, and Uchiha Madara also stopped dancing. At this moment, there was a bit of blood on his face, and his Sharingan had already transformed into the Mangekyo form. The metal long whip waved, and the 10 shuriken in the air drew an arc and flew back again, intending to continue the fierce attack. Relying on ripple state to change the trajectory of the shuriken. The Mangekyo Sharingan observed the faint chakra fluctuations permeating the air in more detail. That woman used the ripple state to spread her own chakra ripples all around, which not only served as a sensing function but could also replenish the chakra and kinetic energy of the shuriken, keeping them in constant motion. This refined use of chakra had even managed to injure him in an unexpected way. Very good talent. At this moment, Izli, who had stood back up, charged over. Many Senbon infused with hard state chakra sprayed out from his sleeves, and the chakra cloak on his body faintly formed the shape of a fierce tiger, charging straight at him. It seems there are no more new tricks. The chilling Mangekyo Sharingan observed the movements of the two and the flow of chakra inside them. Although they had given him quite a bit of pleasure, when the gap in basic strength was too large, these attacks were completely ineffective against him. Besides, since he had already used these eyes, he should take it seriously. Swoosh. So fast. Izli and Lan widened their eyes in surprise, only blue afterimages remaining in their vision. Not good. Lan captured Uchiha Madara's movements through the ripple state, and her chakra cloak immediately changed into a smooth adhesive state shape. Useless. Behind her, Uchiha Madara's cold voice made Lan shudder. The next second, her back suffered an extremely strong impact, and she was smashed directly into the hard yellow ground. Goo. Even with the adhesive state defense, when the attack intensity is too high, she will still be injured by the impact force. Next, Izli suddenly woke up, wanting to convert the hard state on his body into the adhesive state. However, Uchiha Madara's speed was too fast, his hard state enhanced fist had already slammed into his chest. Crack. This time, Izli's hard state chakra cloak shattered directly. Boom. His body smashed into a protruding rock in the distance, and blood spilled from his mouth. The hard state is too brittle. Being too rigid makes one prone to breaking. When the hard state shatters, the damage he receives is actually even greater. Uchiha Madara maintained his Mangekyo Sharingan, crossed his arms over his chest, and stood there domineeringly. His spiky long hair slowly floated up, like the fluttering hem of the Shinigami's robe. When he uses these eyes, all his abilities are significantly enhanced, even that brat Tobirama wouldn't stand a chance. They are all too weak. Uncle Madara. Why are you using so much strength? Hate you. Hissed Tilda. Uchiha Madara's expression stiffened, the invincible arrogance in his heart vanished instantly, and his Mangekyo Sharingan disappeared simultaneously, returning to his normal state. Even a child should be reasonable. Where in the ninja world is anything easy? Even in a sparring match, one has to use real skills. The souls that have perished under Uchiha Madara's hands are more numerous than the bridges you've walked across. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Lan struggled to climb up, patted her somewhat flattened chest, and her face was a bit pale. Lord Madara showed mercy, we will recover after resting for a while. On the other side, Izli rubbed his chest, feeling like one or two ribs might be broken. It looks like I need to go to the hospital to get checked out. I'll have to get Lord Gen to reimburse the medical expenses. Sister Lan, let's go to the hospital. No, really, there's no need. Lan smiled and waved her hand. She was just feeling a bit sore all over. The adhesive state had dissipated most of the power and evenly distributed the impact force across her entire body, so it was just some muscle damage. Lord Madara, I wonder if you are satisfied. Not only were they beaten, but they also had to greet him with a smile. The two of them were truly having a rough time. Of course, this was all the fault of Kyoi Gen who gave the order. However, Lan, who cherished Kyoi Gen like a younger brother, certainly wouldn't blame him. Your strength is quite strong. Uchiha Madara felt he should give them some face. enough to serve as elite Jonin in Konoha. This evaluation was already very high. Madara also took into account that the two hadn't displayed ninjutsu or other combat abilities, so he comprehensively raised their evaluation. With the existence of Flow Seal, their chakra reserves were stronger than some Senju ninjas. Then, Lord Madara, would you like to have the Flow Seal inscribed on your body? Lan stated the second purpose for their request for a sparring match. Even if the Flow Seal has limited help for Lord Madara, having the seal inscribed still has many uses. Many ninjutsu and taijutsu developed by Lord General have compatibility with the Flow Seal. Being able to have abundant chakra to use, Lord Madara's battles could also be a bit easier. No other conditions. Uchiha Madara was indeed quite surprised. Once he thought about how Kyoei-gen had directly given him the principles and cultivation methods of the secret technique, he was relieved. Uncle Madara. Kyoei puffed out her cheeks in some dissatisfaction. Big brother said that everything good in the village can be given to you. He has never been this nice to anyone else. He even said things to us like, you must trust him. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Trust him. Could this young man really not be worried at all about him, this god of slaughter? Since he had already investigated him, he should understand the reputation of the Asura of the ninja world in Konoha. But why? Clearly, apart from Hashirama, no one else, not even the people of the Uchiha clan, believed in him. Uncle Madara. You should just accept Big Brother's kindness. Uncle Isley, Sister Lan, you must remember to go to the hospital. I'll take Uncle Madara to the research institute first. Having said that, Kyoei stepped forward, grabbed Uchiha Madara's hand, and walked towards the exit of the practice field. Uchiha Madara's steps were a bit unsteady, mainly because his hand was held by the short Kyoei, and he had to stoop, which he was not used to. Should he shake off Kyoei's hand? Madara was somewhat hesitant. No, when did he, Uchiha Madara, ever have to consider others' feelings? Wrong. Could it be that he, the dignified Asura of the ninja world, would actually lay a heavy hand on a little girl? Uchiha Madara's mind was a bit chaotic at this moment. Putting aside the issue of holding hands, what Kyoei said to him earlier made him very concerned. Trust him. That young man should really be treating him like a friend. Perhaps. Gen is really like Hashirama. No. They are different. Being dragged along by the hand by Kyoei for the whole way, and being watched by passing people and cats the whole way, even Lord Madara's deadpan face couldn't hold up anymore. Walking like this, stooped over and being led by the hand by a child, did he still have any face left as the Asura of the ninja world? Wait. Because she was pulled, Kyoei had to stop. Ah, Uncle Madara. Her cute face puffed up. At this moment, Kyoei revealed an expression as if she had been bullied by Uchiha Madara. Hey, hey, hey. Don't be like that. If she keeps this up, he'll just teleport away. Of course, the cold-faced Asura of the ninja world still couldn't bear to abandon this little girl. Although he told himself he hated troublesome children, in reality, Uchiha Madara had already started to like this cute girl a little bit. Having such a little sister might be very happy. His 4 younger brothers, including Izuna, had all passed away. Madara's gaze gradually became lonely, and Kyoei, who could keenly perceive others' emotions, also put away her feigned angry expression. Big Brother had told her that Uncle Madara's family had all passed away. She also understood this kind of pain of losing family. If Big Brother and Mom hadn't taken her in, she would surely still be living a life of fear. The faces of her parents were already very blurry, but Kyoei always remembered the feeling of heartbreak from that time. Big Brother Madara, squat down for a moment. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, but hesitated only for a moment before doing as she asked. He squatted down gently. At this moment, Kyoei was already taller than him. Pat. Madara's spiky hair was pressed down by a small palm. Big Brother Madara, don't be sad anymore. I also only learned after meeting Big Brother that family is not limited to blood relations. Blood relations. You are. Uchiha Madara only now realized that Kyoei and Kyoei-gen had no blood relations. Big brother is mom's only biological child, the rest of us are children adopted by big brother and mom. Kyoi's expression seemed full of nostalgia. That was an expression vastly different from the simplicity of ordinary children, more like a smile that blended many complex emotions and was ultimately covered by happiness. I am the second younger sister adopted by Big Brother. At that time, I was only 2 years old. It was Big Brother who taught me hand in hand and taught me many things. It was also he and mom who gave me the warmth of a family. I am very fortunate to have met Big Brother in time after experiencing the war and to have the happy life I have now. So, I want to repay him properly and spend my whole life accompanying my brother, helping him realize his ideals. In the quiet streets and alleys, there were only the sparse sounds of passers-by. Uchiha Madara listened quietly to the little girl's emotional confession while recalling his own life. This was also a pitiful child. But she was also very lucky. For a moment, Uchiha Madara felt a bit dazed. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, holding his brother's corpse and swearing to end this chaotic world. His gloved hand subconsciously reached out toward Kyoi's little head. Big brother Madara, if you want to pat my head, take off your gloves. Uchiha Madara's face stiffened, and then he burst into laughter. All right, all right, all right. Removing his gloves, his somewhat rough, large hand covered Kyoi's pink hair. He seemed to have regained the feeling of being an older brother once again. Only this time, he was facing a very cute younger sister. Just because you called me, Big Brother. I, Uchiha Madara, swear to you that I will definitely end this chaotic world. Madara seemed to be speaking to Kyoi, and also to himself. That's already Big Brother Madara's original ideal, right? In front of such a cute eye, isn't it too cunning to use a vow you've already sworn? This is why he thinks children are so troublesome. However, Kyoi's fair little hand covered Madara's large hand on her head, and she flashed a sunny smile. I can treat Big Brother Madara as an uncle. The reason is, I have already sworn in my heart that for the rest of my life, I will only have Big Brother Jen as my brother. Well, if Uncle Madara never manages to find a wife, I can occasionally come over and cook for you. Otherwise, Uncle Madara would be too pitiful, not having a single family member to live with. Uchiha Madara fell silent. Then the corners of his mouth curled up, and his palm pressing on Kyoi's head applied a little force. I am the Asura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. He stood up, turning his back to Kyoi. What's this about being pitiful? How boring. However, I accept you as my niece. From now on, no one in the entire ninja world will be able to bully you. I, Uchiha Madara, said it. Looking at Uchiha Madara's back, Kyoi covered her mouth and chuckled. Just as her brother said, Uncle Madara is truly cute. Uncle Madara, being so inconsistent with your words and feelings, and not being honest, won't make you popular with girls. Big Brother can very frankly say that he likes me, the most. If you keep going like this, what will you do if you really can't get a wife, Uncle Madara? As your niece, won't I have to worry myself to death? Should I look for a sister-in-law for Uncle Madara? Hiss. That's why. He hates troublesome brats. Meanwhile, Kyoi Gen, who was organizing government documents with his sister Kyoi Megumi, was stunned. Lord Madara's favorability toward him actually soared straight to 75. As expected of Kyoi Gen was extremely happy inside. The reason he didn't go personally was naturally because he felt Kyoi was much more suitable than himself. The traits called mysterious charm and heart of intimacy allowed I to gain the affection of most people. As long as I established a good relationship with Lord Madara. Loving the house and its crow, his relationship with Lord Madara would also advance by leaps and bounds. Brother, did you remember something happy? Kyoi Megumi noticed the change in Kyoi Gen's mood at a glance. Yeah, I was thinking about the time we went cherry blossom viewing with you, Megumi. It was really happy back then. As soon as Kyoi Gen blurted it out, he kept saying, oh no, in his heart. He accidentally said something like that subconsciously. At this moment, Kyoi Megumi's face suddenly turned rosy. Because, on that very day, she and her brother made a promise to stay together for a lifetime. Seeing the rosy flush on his sister's face, how could Kyoe-gen not know what she was thinking of? Why couldn't he control his mouth that loved to tease? Ahem, Megumi, let's continue. As for the cherry blossom viewing, let's go together as a family next time. Yeah. Kyoe Megumi, in high spirits, was even faster at getting things done. Meanwhile, Kyoe-gen picked up the reported scroll. It seemed the people at the research institute had successfully implemented the new secret technique he had developed. If it succeeded, Churi village's military power would be improved once again. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who had fallen into silence again, followed Kyoe-ai, who was skipping along happily. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to do anything about this newly recognized niece in the future. Madara smiled again involuntarily. He had smiled more in the past 2 days than in the last month. Uncle Madara, we are going to the research institute now. The research institute has all kinds of the latest developed technologies, including new ninjutsu that my brother ordered to be implemented. Many complex secret techniques are theorized by my brother and then researched and implemented by the research institute. Of course, construction technology, medical technology, forging technology, etc., are also researched at the research institute. There, we can tattoo the best flow seal for Uncle Madara. The research institute, huh? It sounds a lot like what that brat Tobarama often does. It shouldn't be a place for researching forbidden techniques. It's worth taking a look. In just 2 short days, Uchiha Madara had already developed a great fondness for this village. In terms of development, this place was even better than Konoha village. Uchiha Madara had originally thought the research institute was just a larger building like the Cat's Paw Canteen, but this was clearly a small complex of buildings protected by a perimeter wall. There were also many hidden sentries around. The defensive strength here is equal to that of the magistrate's office. It is a place that my brother values very much. Kyoe-ai led Uchiha Madara to a gate 3 meters wide and 5 meters high, with armored guards on both sides. Samurai from the land of iron. No, they should be samurai trained by Gen himself. The armor of these 2 samurai was different from that of the land of iron, and the samurai of the land of iron were currently in a state of recuperation because ninjas had usurped their status. Lady I, Lord Madara. The 2 samurai guards nodded and greeted the 2. Thank you for your hard work. Kyoe-ai skillfully walked into the small door opened on the gate, entering the grounds of the research institute. Madara also walked in. The layout inside was not much different, except there were fewer passers-by, more patrolling samurai, and some people wearing white coats who looked like doctors. Uncle Madara, wait a moment. As soon as Kyoe-ai finished speaking, a black shadow appeared before them. Is there anything you need this time? Meow tilde. The newcomer's voice was very serious, just like a standard ninja hiding in the shadows. And it was a black cat with some white markings. Dressed in ninja attire, wearing a black cloth hat, it revealed a white mouth and 6 whiskers. Well, let's say it wasn't wearing pants. Uncle Madara, this is Aishatu of the Melinks, my brother's shadow guard, and also the current chieftain of the Melinks. Aishatu looked up at the tall Uchiha Madara and bowed slightly. Hello, Lord Madara. The master has already instructed me that you may visit any part of the research institute. Meow tilde. Uchiha Madara nodded, acknowledging the greeting. As for the name, he tried his best to remember it. Oh, by the way, Uncle Madara, Aishatu is a girl. Huh. Uchiha Madara's expression stiffened. How the hell was he supposed to tell? These cats only differed in fur and markings, and their voices sounded neutral too. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it. Welcome to my channel. In my channel you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Madara, let's change the world together. Part 2. Besides, why would he care about the gender of a summoning beast? Kyoe-ai giggled inwardly. She loved seeing Uncle Uchiha Madara's shocked and irritable expressions. Honestly, the currently stone-faced Uchiha Madara still looked quite cold in the eyes of others. Being able to discern Uchiha Madara's actual emotions through his micro-expressions was perhaps a rare talent of Kyoi's. Aishatu, this time is for engraving the flow seal for Uncle Uchiha Madara. I'll have to trouble Director Gonkun. Aishatu nodded and meowed. Meow. Follow me. Director Gonkun is currently testing a new secret technique developed by the Lord. A secret technique. Uchiha Madara immediately became interested. Kyoi Gen's previous secret techniques were both quite interesting. I wonder what kind of secret technique this would be. The two and the cat walked along a path surrounded by lush trees into a large building. The furnishings and decorations inside were distinctly different from the streets outside, leaning more towards modern. They even saw primitive, bulky-headed computers when they passed by the rooms where the researchers were working. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had a thought he didn't know if he should voice. Had they come to the wrong place? Click. The door was pushed open by Kyoi, and the scene inside came into view. A group of people in white lab coats were surrounding a person dressed as a samurai who was frantically swallowing fried rice, cheering them on. Too amazing. That's already 11 bowls. We really succeeded. Uchiha Madara's expression was cold. Sure enough, they had come to the wrong place. Director Gonkun. One middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a white lab coat over a short-sleeved yellow shirt, turned around and looked at Kyoi. Oh my! Isn't this Kyoi? Several other people in white lab coats around him also revealed expressions of surprise. At this, Uchiha Madara finally understood the fact that Kyoi seemed to be very popular everywhere. And that they hadn't come to the wrong place. And this is. The balding director Gonkun, seeing the cold, arrogant Uchiha Madara radiating a stern killing intent, immediately associated him with the intelligence Kyoi Gen had given him. Long, spiky hair, and a cold expression that looked like someone owed him money. Oh, it's that Asura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, right? You must be Uchiha Madara. Nice to meet you, I am the director of the Research Institute, Director Gonkun. Seeing Director Gonkun reach out his right hand, Uchiha Madara hesitated for a moment. When Kyoi tugged at his sleeve, he finally extended his hand. The two shook hands briefly. Please excuse us. Director Gonkun touched his hairline, which had receded to the top of his head, and said somewhat awkwardly. We are currently testing the secret technique Heaven and Earth Furnace. Heaven and Earth Furnace. That name sounds very impressive. Uchiha Madara became interested. Perhaps this secret technique was truly powerful. Director Gonkun, please give us a brief introduction. Alright, let me explain it briefly first. Director Gonkun happily patted Kyoi's little head, then organized his thoughts. Simply put, this secret technique combines sealing jutsu with the human digestive system, allowing a person to digest food extremely quickly and replenish their own energy. The digested food leaves no residue when passing through the intestines, so there is absolutely no need to poop. Director Gonkun gave a thumbs up with his right hand, looking very proud. Little did he know that what he said left Kyoi not knowing how to respond. When General first proposed this idea, I was shocked for a long time. I didn't expect it to actually be realized. By consuming large amounts of food, one can quickly recover the losses from cultivation. Increased eating efficiency can also better nourish every organ in the body, and physical constitution can be greatly improved. It is simply the strongest secret technique. The surrounding researchers, like Director Gonkun, were all filled with pride, as if they had accomplished something that could change the world. But Uchiha Madara was somewhat disappointed. Director Gonkun, I'm here to have Uncle Uchiha Madara get the flow seal engraved. Oh, very simple, go to the laboratory on the first floor. Aishatu, please help me get that most precious bottle of materials. Everyone, continue your testing. Remember to save the test data and report it to General later. Then, Director Gonkun took Kyoi and Uchiha Madara to the laboratory on the first floor, and Aishatu also brought over a small bottle. Lord Uchiha Madara, please take off your top and lie on the experimental table. Uchiha Madara looked at the cold experimental table, illuminated by lights, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Why did he have the feeling that they were about to dissect him? Uncle Uchiha Madara, it will be quick. Kyoi comforted him from the side. Uchiha Madara let go of his guard, took off his top, and lay directly on the experimental table. The somewhat bright lights made him not want to open his eyes. Would they use those surgical tools on the side later? If they did, what should he do? Wait a moment. At this time, Director Gonkun took out a writing brush and dipped the tip into the open bottle. He had overthought it. Please use chakra to make it easier for me to observe the meridian positions. Uchiha Madara did as asked, and chakra instantly filled his entire body. The next second, he felt chakra in the ripple state seep into his body. Ripple state detection, huh? After observing, Director Gonkun took out the brush that had been dipped in black powder and drew right onto Uchiha Madara's heart area. 1 spiral, 2 spirals, 3 spirals. These spiraling black patterns connected and intersected, forming complex markings. Please control your chakra to the location of the first star gate. Having read the Book of Secret Techniques, Uchiha Madara naturally knew what to do. When he concentrated his chakra on the acupoint where the first star gate was located, the spiral patterns drawn on his upper body began to squirm, slowly fading into his skin. The next moment, he immediately injected a large amount of chakra into this acupoint. 3 breaths later, complex sealing patterns appeared within this acupoint. Star gate, complete. So fast. It was the first time Director Gonkun had seen someone successfully construct the first star gate in just over 10 seconds. Uchiha Madara sat up. The chakra in his body had not dissipated, but rather became even more concentrated. Second, third. After nearly an hour, Uchiha Madara slowly stopped after constructing the third star gate in his body. His physical strength was somewhat depleted. However, he clenched his hands and couldn't help but laugh. He could feel the brimming chakra inside his body. Although he had consumed more than half of his physical strength, the chakra stored within the star gate was enough for him to fight at full power for a long time. What a powerful secret technique. From now on, he would no longer fear Hashirama fighting a war of attrition with him. Alright. Mr. Uchiha Madara, please maintain the flow seal within your body yourself from now on. Gen should have told you the specific method. Uchiha Madara nodded. This harvest exceeded his expectations. Even while maintaining a state of full chakra output, he could feel that the rate of chakra loss had slowed down significantly. If star gates were constructed in all 361 chakra acupoints throughout his body, according to Gen's theory, it would be possible to lock in 100% of the chakra in his body. However, there was no need to force this nearly impossible task. Uncle Uchiha Madara, put on your clothes first, don't catch a cold. Seeing his newly recognized niece handing him his clothes, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. HMPH. With his constitution, no illness could ever afflict him. Put it on quickly. Fine. Exposing the upper body is indeed not good for children. Director Gonkun, sorry to trouble you. Director Gonkun rubbed the back of his head, which still had hair, and laughed happily. It's no trouble. Kyoi Gen mentioned this. I still need to continue testing the new secret technique, so I'll be off first. Feel free to wander around the research institute. After saying this, Director Gonkun rushed toward the stairs, his mind preoccupied with just how capable the new secret technique could be. Everyone at the research institute is like this, wanting to rush progress every day to complete new technologies as soon as possible. Kyoi explained Director Gonkun's behavior and then asked, Uncle Madara, would you like to take a look around the research institute? Uchiha Madara asked with some curiosity. Is everything here about researching ninjutsu? Not everything, no. Kyoi led Uchiha Madara out of the empty laboratory, and the two arrived at the first floor lobby. This building is the area managed by Uncle Gonkun. Aside from the research my brother personally assigns, they generally develop mechanical technology. Recently, they have been researching something called network, that my brother proposed. Network. Hearing that it wasn't ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara felt a bit disappointed. Director Maifang, who is Director Gongkun's wife, is in charge of various biotechnologies, such as medicine. Ninjutsu research only makes up a small part of the research institute. Well, it's more like ninjutsu research is always initiated by my brother, and then he lets others refine it. So far, thousands of ninjutsu have been researched and perfected, although most are daily life D-rank ninjutsu and ordinary combat C-rank ninjutsu. Kioi placed her slender finger against her lips, thinking. The magistrate's office has a library specifically for storing a large number of ninjutsu, but it probably wouldn't be useful for a ninja like Uncle Madara. The ninjas in Archery Village only specialize in one direction during their training. Apart from my brother, no one has studied all the ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara shook his head. He was certainly not interested in ordinary ninjutsu. Since that was the case, there was no point in looking at the research institute or the library. Then let's leave here. Okay. Uncle Madara, would you like to just wander around the village? Kioi looked at Uchiha Madara with expectant eyes. The village my brother built is very interesting. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up slightly. Then let's take a look around. When he was in Konoha, he would also stroll down the street with Hashirama. The two walked down the street, heading toward the commercial district where there were more people. Archery Village doesn't accept outsiders right now. Communication with the outside world relies entirely on intelligence brought back by merchant caravans, which is then compiled by the news department of the Changgong building and sold to everyone as newspapers. The port is also very lively, but since it isn't open to ordinary residents for the time being, it's not very fun there. The most fun place is the school. Many children my age attend school there, learning a lot of knowledge. Occasionally, I even get to be a little teacher. Pretty impressive, right? Impressive, impressive. Uchiha Madara listened quietly to Kyoi's voice. On the somewhat noisy and bustling commercial street, he actually felt very peaceful. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. It was strange, as he should have been annoyed by someone chattering in his ear. And also, Uncle Madara, are you even listening? Uchiha Madara revealed a gentle smile. Of course, I've heard everything. Including the time you made a fool of yourself in front of your brother, I've remembered it all. Ah, you don't have to specifically remember that. Kioi puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be angry. But in reality, she was very happy inside. She felt that ever since Uchiha Madara agreed to be her uncle, that slight sense of distance had gradually disappeared. Octopus balls, delicious octopus balls here tilde meow. At this moment, a takoyaki shop caught Kyoi's attention. A gray patterned feline wearing a shop uniform and an ordinary man were calling out in front of the shop, and many residents came to take a look. It's a newly opened shop. Kioi became interested. Do you want to try it? For the first time, Uchiha Madara initiated a conversation. Yeah. The two walked straight over. Lady I, Lord Madara. Welcome. Tilde meow. Another ordinary man who was also a shop assistant came up, bowed slightly, and greeted them. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Could it be that besides the feline, the ordinary villagers also knew his identity? Uncle Madara, come and queue up. Cutting in line is not polite. Kioi tugged on Madara's sleeve and walked toward the end of the line. This takoyaki shop had tables and chairs for customers to rest, and the queue was inside the shop and not very long. Excuse me, please make way. As soon as Kioi came over, everyone smiled and made way, and some people even greeted Kioi. Almost everyone addressed her as Lady I, and some also called her Princess I. In short, it seemed that all the residents knew her. Uchiha Madara squeezed through the crowd and came up behind Kioi. This was his first time doing something like this. Whether in Konoha or the Uchiha clan, he would never squeeze together with other people. Madara scanned the entire shop and discovered two young men eating takoyaki while discussing the content of a newspaper. The serialized novel written by Lord General has finally been released again. The two excitedly flipped to the corner of the newspaper, reading the entertainment novel that Gen had written in his spare time to make money. And on the back of the newspaper, a familiar face was printed. It was none other than Uchiha Madara's face. Shocking. Asura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara has such a pitiful past. What is this? Seeing Uchiha Madara's mouth twitching, and then seeing today's Churi village newspaper, Kyoei roughly understood the reason. Ah, she hadn't seen today's newspaper yet. Fortunately, the shop here subscribed to the newspaper and kept it in the lobby for everyone to read. She pulled out the newspaper with her small hand and flipped directly to today's headline section, which was the column introducing Uchiha Madara. It seemed that because Madara came yesterday, today's news headline was given to him. Madara also leaned in, he wanted to see what exactly was written about him. Uchiha Madara, an existence who stands alongside the god of shinobi, also serving as a legendary ninja. He is incomparably powerful, making enemies tremble with fear, which is why he is called the Asura of the ninja world. However, such a cold-looking tough guy actually has an unknown side. It roughly wrote about some of Uchiha Madara's experiences. For example, he was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and had 4 brothers, but all of them died in the war. Because of long-term war, combined with an introverted personality, he was still without a wife in his 30s. Even the strength he attained through desperate training was all to protect the entire Uchiha clan. In short, the story was gripping and vividly described, perfectly portraying Uchiha Madara as a tough guy who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, valued family and friends, and was ruthless to enemies. Regardless of whether it was written correctly or not, anyone who read this article would probably have a basic good impression of Uchiha Madara. Kyoei knew after just one glance that this was written by her brother, Kyoei General. With it placed as the news headline like this, the whole village must have read this story. After the two finished reading the article, it was just their turn in line. The female shop assistant who was serving them saw the wild hair and the cold expression of Uchiha Madara at a glance. Subsequently, she showed a sympathetic expression. Hey, Lady I, Lord Madara, today's special. Buy one get one free on large octopus balls. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched, he hadn't heard that the previous customers got this discount. However, the surrounding customers seemed to have no objections. Madara had a feeling that he had been offended. Near dusk, Kyoei and Uchiha Madara walked out of the Cat's Paw canteen together. Uncle Madara, how was it? There are a lot of fun things in Churi village, right? Uchiha Madara nodded somewhat stiffly. Yes, there were quite a lot of fun things. And many things happened that were beyond his expectations. Just the fact that he was on the newspaper headline, causing the villagers he met to cast sympathetic gazes at him, made him very unable to stand it. Why was his name as the Asura of the ninja world not effective in this village? He, Uncle Madara, don't be so glum. Kyoei trotted to the front and spun around in the sparse crowd. The hem of the cherry blossom yukata bloomed like a flower. Everyone is willing to interact with Uncle Madara naturally because Uncle Madara is a good person. Uchiha Madara shook his head and chuckled lightly. A good person. He didn't even consider himself a good person. Good people had long since died in the intense Sengoku era, just like his younger brothers. This world has always respected the strong, only the strong possess the ability to dictate fate. Therefore, he must become the strongest person. Madara clenched his fists, thinking of the records on the Naka Shrine stone tablet. When the opposing forces combine, one will obtain the myriad of creation. He would obtain it. Uncle Madara is just like brother said, he still trusts his own power the most. Kyoei noticed the subtle psychological change in Uchiha Madara and didn't say anything more. Last night, Kyoei had explained Uchiha Madara's past experiences to them in detail and analyzed his personality traits. Therefore, Kyoei believed she understood Uchiha Madara quite well. According to her brother, what she needed to do was to influence him subtly. The two walked slowly to the magistrate's office, and when they reached the villa where Uchiha Madara was temporarily staying, Kyoei bid him farewell. Uncle Madara, I'm going to find my brother now. I'll come find you again tomorrow morning. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, and he nodded with a, Thus, He watched Kyoi's back disappear along the side of the road. I actually feel a sense of regret. Madara chuckled self-deprecatingly. This lively little girl had indeed changed him a bit. Walking into the private courtyard, Madara used a body flicker technique to reach the center, and chakra instantly spread throughout his body. The high-intensity chakra blew his spiky long hair upward. Suddenly, his eyes changed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Majestic attire. The chakra cloak wrapped around his body changed under the influence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power. A layer of Susanoo. Majestic attire, resembling samurai armor, covered Madara's body, appearing like a miniature Susanoo. This layer of Susanoo could replace his red armor, and its defensive power was even stronger. As expected, Uchiha Madara drew the blue chakra katana from his waist, which could only be manifested using Susanoo. Originally, these two katanas could only be used when employing the perfect Susanoo, but relying on the flow seal, he had actually succeeded in using the Susanoo, majestic attire on himself on the very first try. The power should be significant. Unfortunately, he couldn't test it here, otherwise, Madara really wanted to slash once to see. The next second, the Susanoo, majestic attire armor on his body vanished, and Madara's eyes returned to their normal appearance. His stamina had recovered almost entirely. He should continue constructing the Star Gate. With nothing to do, Uchiha Madara could only pass the time by training. The following days were somewhat unexpected for Uchiha Madara. Because he was truly living in Churi village and hadn't been disturbed by anything else. Every morning, Kyoei would run to his private courtyard and take him around the village to play in various places. Among these, they went to the security bureau and the war department to watch people train. There were quite a few children serving as new recruits there. According to Kyoei, these children were required to determine their future goals while in school. Besides learning basic knowledge, they would undergo simple labor training in the village and come to help immediately after graduation. Generally, they would officially begin working when they were 14 or 16 years old. The only immigrants in Churi village were a large number of carefully selected war orphans. After receiving an education, they would gradually grow into pillars of Churi village's development under the guidance of adults in various industries. This was the current method of Churi village's development. Magistrate's Office, War Department, Security Bureau, Cat's Paw Canteen, Research Institute, one commercial firm, Changgong Building, School, Hospital. Uchiha Madara was semi-forcibly dragged by Kyoei to tour these places, learning about the working environments and job contents of the Churi village villagers. He even personally tried participating in the work process. For instance, at the school, egged on by Kyoei, he gave a lecture to children aiming to become ninjas about his experiences as a ninja during the Sengoku era. Although he was very uncomfortable at first, Uchiha Madara became more fluent as he spoke. Having personally experienced the Sengoku era and having ended that era together with Senju Hashirama, he was naturally very suitable to lecture on this content. Because his lecture was brilliant, these children even gave him many candies that he didn't like to eat. To this day, these candies were still kept in a small pouch at his waist, occasionally given to children who wanted to ask him for snacks. Half a month had passed, and Uchiha Madara had spent a very different period of time. Apart from training alone at night, he had truly gained a deep understanding of this village under Kyoei's guidance. It felt very different from Konoha. No one here was afraid of him. In fact, many small children were bold enough to joke with him. Of course, since he hated troublesome children, he would naturally use the body flicker technique to leave, not giving them any opportunity. HMPH. Did they think the title of Asura of the ninja world was given for free? Of course not. Uncle Madara, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Madara was looking at a crisp leaf with holes in it in his hand, lost in memories, before being pulled back by Kyoei's voice. Nothing, I just remembered some things from the past. He let go of the leaf in his hand, and it drifted into the distance with the blowing wind, floating toward the dim yellow sun hanging over the distant horizon. At this moment, they were located on the high observation deck of the port, overlooking the entire port and the boundless sea. Uncle Madara, did you have fun during this time? Kyoei asked with a smile. Ah, not bad. Uchiha Madara looked at the port, which was still busy handling cargo, his gaze drifting as his thoughts returned to the past. Did he love Konoha? In the past, yes, but now the people he wanted to protect no longer needed his protection. Konoha was also a Konoha that no longer needed him. His bond with Konoha had already been severed. Originally, he thought he was destined to walk on a lonely path, a person who would carve out a smooth road with his own power. However, he, who was always very sensitive to time, was actually a bit dazed by the past half-month. It really passed by quickly. There were different things to do every day. More importantly, he had a sense of participation. It was as if he truly belonged here. No. If he indulged in this feeling, he would be unable to realize his ideal. His fists clenched quietly. Kyoei's expression remained normal as she spoke slowly. Uncle Madara, the time you agreed upon with my brother has arrived. Now, my brother is waiting for you in the office. Megumi, you go back first today. Inside the magistrate's office, Kyoei-gen, having finished handling official business, was writing something in an exquisite leather notebook. Beside him, Kyoei Megumi, who had finished sorting and binding all the paper materials, nodded. She knew that Uchiha Madara would be coming soon. Then, brother, I'll wait for you to come back tonight. Before leaving, she cast a reluctant look at Kyoei General. This girl, she was still so sharp. Kyoei-gen closed the notebook and sighed. He had stolen some leisure time during this past half-month, the preparations that needed to be made had been done, and the rest could proceed according to plan. It was time for him to personally have a conversation with Lord Madara. Knock, knock. Please come in. The door opened, and Uchiha Madara, wearing his usual dark blue casual clothes, walked into the office. In Kyoei-gen's eyes, that favorability data of 79 was a bit of an eyesore. At best, it could be considered a stranger with a good relationship, it was still a bit short of being a true friend. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Lord Madara's favorability towards others, otherwise, he could have taken a look at his sister Ai's status in Lord Madara's heart. Mr. Madara, please sit. Kyoei-gen left the desk, holding some scrolls in his hand. Sitting on the casual sofa in the office would make it easier to close the distance between the two. Are these the intelligence regarding the six-path sage? Uchiha Madara looked at the scrolls on the glass coffee table without rushing to pick them up. Accurately speaking, it is the story of the six-path sage Hagoromo and his family. Kyoei-gen first spread out a scroll, his voice plain. We must first talk about the progenitor of chakra, the six-path sage's mother, the rabbit goddess Kagaya. Kagaya. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows. The story must begin from the land of ancestors, which perished 1,000 years ago. Thus, Kyoei-gen first told the legend of the god tree and explained that Kagaya was discovered in a bamboo forest and became a concubine of the emperor of the land of ancestors due to her unparalleled beauty. Falling in love, becoming pregnant, being coveted by the land of ancestors, and then conflict arose. The emperor of the land of ancestors was cowardly, so Kagaya swallowed the fruit of the god tree and ended the chaotic world with mysterious power. Afterward, Kagaya gave birth to twins, named Hagoromo and Hamura. According to unofficial histories from that time, the elder brother Hagoromo's eyes were purple, ripple-patterned Rinnegan, while the younger brother Hamura's eyes were pure white Byakugan. Uchiha Madara frowned. Did this sentence mean that the Hyuga clan, who possessed the Byakugan, were descendants of this Hamura? Much of the unofficial history from that time has been lost. These are the most likely facts I've pieced together after gathering various intelligence. For some unknown reason, Kagaya's two sons turned against their mother, Kagaya, and created the moon. Created the moon. I don't know much about this statement either, but linking it to the rumors of the six-path sage creating the moon, my guess is that he and his younger brother Hamura most likely sealed their mother, Kagaya, inside the moon. The moon. Uchiha Madara looked up and saw the ceiling. Boldly hypothesize, carefully verify, This is the most likely result I have conceived. Kyo-e-gen continued to open the second scroll. There are quite a lot of unofficial records regarding the Ninshu later on. You know about the Ninshu established by the Six-Path Sage, which is the predecessor of the ninja, right? Uchiha Madara nodded. He had heard this legend before. It is said that because the battle between the Six-Path Sage and his brother against their mother, Kagaya, was too shocking and caused too much destruction, he began to travel everywhere to make up for his sins, gradually gathering a group of people. These people were the prototype of Ninshu. Afterward, Ninshu was formally established, and the Six-Path Sage also married and had children, raising two sons. One was named Indra, and the other was named Ashura. Indra, Ashura. Madara chewed on these two names. Kyo-e-gen then spoke of how Indra had strong abilities, created ninjutsu, and invented hand seals, while Ashura had relatively weaker abilities but was very popular with everyone. Later, as the Six-Path Sage grew older and needed to find a successor, a rift developed between Indra and Ashura. The battle was extremely fierce. It is said that Indra possessed scarlet eyes and turned into a purple giant, while Ashura summoned a giant wooden figure with unparalleled power. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara inexplicably felt it was very similar. Based on the descriptions in the unofficial history, I suspect that the ancestors of the Uchiha clan were Indra, and the ancestors of the Senju clan were Ashura. Kyo-e-gen stated his guess. Of course, the unofficial history he spoke of was not collected, it was entirely fabricated by him. How could records from 1,000 years ago be so easy to preserve? But he was a transmigrator who knew the plot. He knew such secret matters clearly. Is that so? Uchiha Madara picked up the scroll to read it, falling into deep thought. He recalled the words on the Uchiha stone tablet. Did the mutually repelling forces refer to the Uchiha and the Senju, and also to Indra and Ashura? If it were true, their two clans actually had such a fated entanglement, struggling against each other from 1,000 years ago until now. HMPH. Boring. With a swoosh, Uchiha Madara stood up. The deal is over. After speaking, he left the room directly, destination unknown. Aishatu. My lord. A black cat wearing ninja attire suddenly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. Help me bring the packed bag and weapons. Kyo-e-gen paused in his tone, then continued. Apologize to mother, Kyo-e Megumi, and Kyo-e for me. I won't be coming back tonight. Aishatu was silent for a moment, then lowered her head and replied. Yes, my lord. The next second, her figure was no longer in the room. Fenris, the leader of the feline, and Aishatu, the leader of the Melinx, were like Kyo-e Megumi, talents gifted to him by the system's newcomer package. Both cats were his absolutely loyal subordinates and friends. It was just that Aishatu called him, my lord, now because she had read too many ninja novels. The government affairs during this period would have to trouble Kyo-e Megumi again. I hope Kyo-e and Udatane Kaharu and the others won't blame him. As for his mother, he would let her punish him after he returned. As the sun set, Uchiha Madara, holding the gunbai, walked into the somewhat dark forest draped in the dim yellow sunlight. His ideals could not tolerate waiting, only he could realize them. However, just as he entered the deep forest, he discovered Kyo-e-gen carrying a large bag, his right hand gripping a disc-shaped object. Mr. Madara, I will have to trouble you later. Wait. Why are you blocking my path again? Don't make that face. Kyo-e-gen shook the chakra detector in his right hand and said in a very relaxed tone. I am also very interested in the tailed beast. Mr. Madara, shall we make another deal? You take me to see the tailed beast, and I will give you permanent residency in Churi village. Uchiha Madara's expression was cold as he silently walked past Kyo-e-gen. Wait. Take me with you. No. Who cares about you? After saying that, Uchiha Madara began to sprint forward, and Kyo-e-gen also gave chase. On a nearby branch, Aishatu watched the two leave, not looking back for a long time. When she returned, she would be blamed by Miki, Kyo-e Megumi, Kyo-e, Udatane Kaharu, Sha, Chu, and Dong again, right? My lord is really something. Uchiha Madara didn't care about anything, leaping onto a branch and moving forward at an extremely fast speed. However, what he didn't expect was that Kyo-i-gen behind him was not running slowly at all. Huff. Huff. The sneakers designed by the Research Institute helped Kyo-i-gen run and sprint better. Even in the forest, his sprinting speed was not slow at all. The higher the happiness index of all the villagers, the more stamina he had. As long as he controlled his breathing, he could keep sprinting and simply couldn't stop. Although he had never condensed chakra, he had done normal physical training. His speed is actually not slow at all. Uchiha Madara slowed down slightly, just leaving a bit of his silhouette for Kyo-i General. It was indeed not good to just throw the other person away. Since he wanted to follow, then let him try not to lose him. Madara accelerated a little, once again opening up the distance from Kyo-i General. Kyo-i Gen glanced at the chakra sensor and calmly controlled his breathing. Must speed up again, breathing cannot be disrupted. He had only tried sprinting at full speed twice around Churi village. He didn't know when he would be able to catch up to Lord Madara. Should he try pulling his arms behind his back to see if he could run faster? No, no, no. One must be scientific, the ninja run didn't suit him. Uchiha Madara was quite surprised to see that Kyo-i Gen had actually accelerated again. He could feel that Kyo-i Gen was not using chakra to activate his muscles at all. In other words, he was relying purely on his own physical strength to run. And it looked like his endurance was not weak at all. Let's take a detour. Uchiha Madara stepped on a branch and ran directly in another direction. My reaction isn't that fast. Kyo-i Gen widened his eyes, looking at the road ahead. The trees were dense here, and he had to slow down a little to avoid hitting a tree. If it were on a plane, he would definitely run faster than a bicycle. Just you wait. Lord Madara. I will definitely catch up. Uchiha Madara looked up at the sky, which had completely darkened, and paused for a moment. That kid is actually still following behind. He has been chasing for more than an hour. Is his stamina this abundant? At this moment, Madara saw a mountain wall over 10 meters high outside the forest ahead and immediately had an idea. Such a high mountain wall was enough to block the footsteps of ordinary people. Uchiha Madara leapt up and jumped directly onto the 10-meter high mountain wall. He looked back and saw that the rapidly running Kyo-i Gen had just happened to run out of the forest. Huff, huff. Kyo-i Gen wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath with all his might. Although he still had plenty of strength, he couldn't avoid sweating. The cliff face. Go back. Uchiha Madara looked down at Kyo-i Gen from above. Go manage your territory properly. Kyo-i Gen adjusted his breathing and looked up at Lord Madara with a smile. That won't do. A man's dream must be fought for with his own hands. HMPH. What does your dream have to do with me, Uchiha Madara? Thinking this, Lord Madara prepared to turn and leave. Churi village was not far from here. Kyo-i Gen would have enough time to return. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, the sound of a pickaxe rapidly striking the rock wall came from behind. Uchiha Madara looked back and saw Kyo-i Gen rapidly climbing upward, alternating hands to strike the cliff with his pickaxe at high speed. It is necessary. Is it really necessary to chase after me? Moreover, that look in his eyes seemed to say that it was absolutely impossible to shake him off. Clang. Kyo-i Gen struck the cliff with all his might, the recoil making his arms ache. He didn't dare to slow down, relying on the near-infinite stamina provided by the system to hold on. Sweat from his head was flung off. Because he was sweating and wearing tight travel gear, his whole body felt like it was inside a furnace. All of this could be overcome. The opportunity to stand by Lord Madara's side was rare indeed. He absolutely could not give up this opportunity just because of fatigue. Clang. The pickaxe shattered the rock face. It took nearly 6 minutes before Kyo-i Gen finally managed to reach the top of the cliff. One more strike. Just as Kyo-i Gen swung his final pickaxe strike, a gloved hand grabbed his wrist. The next second, his whole body felt as if it had become weightless. Thump. His bottom landed directly on the ground, and the large backpack on his back emitted a dull thud. I agree to the deal. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Madara started walking toward the land of lightning. Phew tilde. Kyo-e-gen happily wiped away his sweat. Is this what you call being tough on the outside but soft on the inside? On Uchiha Madara's status panel, the column representing favorability had finally reached 80. In other words, Lord Madara had already accepted him as a regular friend in his heart. Getting to this point was truly not easy. Kyo-e-gen quickly got up, checked his things, and hurriedly gave chase. He had to seize this time to keep grinding Lord Madara's favorability. Having taken this step, things would be much easier from here on. Under the starry night sky, Kyo-e-gen and Uchiha Madara couldn't find a cave, so they had to just find an open space to rest for a while. Although Kyo-e-gen's backpack was large, he hadn't brought anything like a tent. Under the firelight, both of their faces appeared somewhat eerie. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle tilde. Kyo-e-gen took out his palm-sized iron pot again and began to fry some meat bits. The aroma of the frying meat softened the somewhat chilly atmosphere. Madara, here. The small iron pot was offered to Uchiha Madara, who looked at it and ate a few bites with chopsticks. These meat bits had been concentrated by the Research Institute, and their effect was much better than a soldier pill. Kyo-e-gen glanced at the gunbai lying on the ground and asked. Why not store it in a sealing scroll? I don't want to. Uchiha Madara's answer was very simple. Oh. The air froze again. After hesitating for a moment, Kyo-e-gen decided to be straightforward and just have a chat with Madara. However, when he spoke, Uchiha Madara looked at him. Gen, why do you want to unify the ninja world? To think Lord Madara would be the one to speak first. The reasons are quite simple. Kyo-e-gen's gaze drifted downward, looking at the dancing flames. There are probably 3. I and the others are my foster sisters, they were all war orphans to begin with. When I manage my caravan and travel back and forth between the 5 great nations for business, I've seen too many war orphans like them. In war, the ones most deeply hurt are always the common people. Uchiha Madara nodded. So you want to end the chaotic times? Yes. Kyo-e-gen smiled. That is one. Secondly, don't you think becoming the world's only daimyo would be an amazing thing? He raised his head, his pupils seemingly shimmering with light. Uchiha Madara finally nodded in agreement. Indeed. Madara, although I am not yet 15 years old, I have confidence that I will definitely do better than the daimyo of the 5 great nations. The common people under my rule will not have to worry about being displaced by war, nor will they have to worry about going hungry due to famine. Safety and food are my promises to the people under my rule. Kyo-e-gen propped himself up and looked at the sky. Having traveled between the 5 great nations and the smaller nations for a year or two, he truly realized how vast the gap in development was between various regions. The most prosperous daimyo city in the Land of Fire had already begun popularizing electric lights. While people in small nations like the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass were still struggling just to fill their stomachs. It seemed that nothing beautiful could be preserved, leaving only tragedy to spread among them. He is serious. Uchiha Madara could feel the sincerity in Kyo-e-gen's words. If he could really achieve that, it would indeed be truly remarkable. As for the third, Kyo-e-gen rubbed his chin, his expression somewhat shy. It could be considered my own selfish desire. I want to take more wives so that my home can be a bit livelier. Uchiha Madara's expression froze. He never expected the last reason to be this. Ha 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 ha. Gen, you are quite interesting. You are indeed different from Hashirama. Kyo-e-gen rubbed his nose, making Lord Madara laugh like this was quite an accomplishment. After laughing, Uchiha Madara looked at Kyo-e-gen with profound eyes. Rarely, he actually wanted to ask this youth some questions. Gen, you have specifically learned about me and Hashirama, haven't you? Kyo-e-gen smiled and nodded. Yes. If I want to realize my ideals, force is necessary. Naturally, I would learn about you and Senju Hashirama, who stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara nodded, then asked. Then what is your opinion of Hashirama? Senju Hashirama, huh? Kyo-e-gen smiled. A remarkable, but overly idealistic saint. Uchiha Madara watched Kyoei-gen quietly, as if wanting to see more from his words and expressions. Ending the Sengoku era with his own hands and establishing the one village one country system almost single-handedly, his achievements are indeed very impressive. He always believed that people would eventually understand each other and achieve true peace. Thinking of this, Kyoei-gen seemed to scoff. To be honest, I don't believe for a second that most people can achieve that. There will always be barriers between people, even among family members. After all, the vast majority of people in this world are ordinary, not saints like Senju Hashirama. As long as conflict exists, strife will always be an eternal topic for humanity. And with only one or two Senju Hashiramas, is it possible to make everyone understand each other? Uchiha Madara did not refute this. If it were not for his ideological differences with Senju Hashirama, why would he have left the village? Madara, you should understand this best. Aside from Senju Hashirama, how many people in the entire Konoha village truly trust you? Kyoei-gen's words stung Uchiha Madara's heart. His younger brother was dead, the village he wanted to protect did not trust him and did not need his protection, and even the clansmen who had once believed in him no longer followed him. After all, it was impossible for everyone to be open and honest with one another. Senju Hashirama was simply an exception. Madara, does peace really require people to understand one another? Uchiha Madara looked up, turning his gaze back to the smiling Kyoei general. In my opinion, it is not necessary. On the contrary, as long as a good environment is established, everything is more likely to develop in a positive direction. Sufficient resources, mutually supportive companions, and good education. Humans are creatures that change according to their environment. Kyoei-gen turned his gaze back to the campfire and said slowly. In my view, it is easier to achieve true peace by starting with external conditions, rather than expecting mutual understanding between people. Uchiha Madara frowned. Then what do you think should be done? Kyoei-gen looked up, meeting Madara's eyes, but did not answer his question. Madara, a child once asked me a question like this. He asked, if a world existed where everyone could be completely satisfied, would it truly be peaceful and happy? I thought about it and did not answer him immediately. Madara, if it were you, what do you think? Uchiha Madara did not expect to be asked in return, but he calmed his mind and thought about the question. Yes. Kyoei-gen smiled faintly. After hearing this question, I imagined another scenario. Madara, if there were an omnipotent God now who told everyone that he could guarantee everyone would live happily, but in exchange, everyone must die at the age of 60 to serve as his nourishment. Do you think we should agree to the God's request? What did this mean? Uchiha Madara was somewhat confused, but he felt that Kyoei-gen was hinting at something. Then what do you think? This time, he mimicked the other person and asked in return. Kyoei-gen smiled and expressed his thoughts. If I were an ordinary person, I would gladly accept. I cannot guarantee I will live to 60, nor can I guarantee that life before 60 will be happy. Perhaps I would even live in great pain. Just like those who lost their lives on the battlefield. Everyone wants a happy life. Being able to receive a God's help in the present, when one is unsure how long they will live, and live happily until 60, what is there to be dissatisfied with? But the perspective I am in now is that of a ruler. Then I would absolutely not agree to this God's request. Uchiha Madara was puzzled. Why? Kyoei-gen used a wooden stick to poke the campfire, sending sparks flying and making the flames burn more vigorously. Because this God is depriving us of our potential. From ancient times to the present, humanity has gone through development after development to reach this point today. Was it reliance on happiness? It was the yearning and determination for a happy and beautiful life under intense pressure. And it is because of this determination that we humans have created countless miracles, isn't that right? Uchiha Madara's expression did not change, but Kyoei-gen knew he was definitely thinking. Let's return to the previous question. How to achieve true peace? Kyoei-gen looked up and shrugged. Well, I don't know either. I am not a god, so to achieve such a goal, I can only slowly practice and attempt, trying my best to move in that direction. First, unify all nations, using force to deter, laws to regulate, and education to influence. Build a good environment so that everyone does not have to worry about safety and food. Within the scope of my influence, try to suppress crime and violence as much as possible, allowing the vast majority of people to see hope in life. This is the nation I want to build. Suddenly, Kyoigen's somewhat fair hand reached out in front of Uchiha Madara. Madara looked at the calluses on it from years of holding a pen, lost in thought. This young man had chosen a path different from his and Senju Hashirama's. He had no power, yet like Senju Hashirama, he had gained the trust and help of many, building a village connected by bonds and ideals. Moreover, he was practicing his goals step by step. Madara, let's search for the method to true peace together. To unify the world, your power is necessary. Uchiha Madara looked up. At this moment, Kyoigen seemed to radiate a powerful charisma, just like Senju Hashirama. But he thought again of the records in the Naka Shrine stone tablet regarding the method to achieve true peace. Should he agree? Kyoigen saw that Madara's favorability towards him had increased by another 5 points, but the other party still hesitated to shake his hand. It seemed it was still a bit short. At this moment, Lord Madara was probably thinking about the contents of the stone tablet he had yet to see. Or perhaps he did not fully trust him yet. He hoped today's conversation would influence the future Lord Madara. How about this? Kyoigen withdrew his right hand. Instead, he took out an exquisite leather notebook from his backpack. Madara, there is no need to give me an answer so quickly. By the way, help me bury this notebook under the ground of this tree. Uchiha Madara took the notebook. There was nothing written on the cover, but it depicted the scenery of the Churi village magistrate's office. Very well, he would do as Kyoigen said. Thinking of this, Madara quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Subterranean voyage. The notebook placed on the grass under the tree slowly sank into the ground, leaving no trace. By the way, use sealing jutsu to stabilize it, ensuring that only you can take it out. Uchiha Madara glanced at Kyoigen. Was the secret to getting rich written on it? Why did he have to guard it so tightly? There were only the two of them here. Seeing that Lord Madara had used sealing jutsu to stabilize it, Kyoigen nodded and said with a smile. Later, if you want to know what is written on it, come here and take this notebook out. He turned and walked to the campfire, sat down again, and stopped talking about the previous matter, instead beginning to tease Madara. Madara, I heard you told the children in school stories about the Sengoku-era ninja. Why don't you tell me some too? Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched. Are you a child too? However, with the other person's interruption, the atmosphere eased up quite a bit. Tell me about things between you and Senju Hashirama as well. When I was investigating, I only knew about things after you both became clan heads. Fine. But there isn't much to tell. The two chatted somewhat awkwardly by the campfire. But Kyoigen understood that the relationship between them had taken another step forward. Madara, is this your first time in the Land of Lightning? Ah, indeed. At this time, Kyoigen and Uchiha Madara were walking in a small town in the eastern part of the Land of Lightning, disguised as tourists. Madara's gunbai, which represented the clan head, had also been put away into a sealing scroll. The civilians in the small town had various skin tones, some darker, some lighter, like a hodgepodge of different races. In terms of facility construction and foot traffic, it was completely inferior to the towns in the Land of Fire. Follow me, I remember there is a shop here that I invested in and opened. After speaking, Kyoigen led Madara toward the commercial street. Soon, the two arrived at a 2-story izakaya that was considered large in scale. Welcome. Just as they entered, a beautiful girl with slightly dark skin wearing a maid outfit looked toward the door with a smile. These were the first customers this morning. Hamoy, long time no see. When Kyoigen lowered his hood, the girl immediately jumped up in surprise. It's Lord Gen. Hamoy ran up directly and hugged Kyoigen enthusiastically. Lord Gen, why didn't you say anything when you came? I will immediately ask my parents to prepare a welcome banquet for you. No, no need. I just came this time to inquire about some things. 3 minutes later, Kyo-e-gen learned from Hamoy where the recent turmoil had occurred. The adults from the Hidden Cloud village have come several times, and I heard many people died. Lord Gen, if you are going to gather herbs, you must be careful. Under the reluctant and enthusiastic greetings of the other party, Kyo-e-gen still departed. What have you done in the past? Don't misunderstand. Kyo-e-gen smiled bitterly. I just helped some people while doing business. Hamoy's parents opened their tavern with money I lent them. Some of the wine brewed in Churi village is sold here. It's considered a win-win situation. Uchiha Madara nodded. It seemed that Kyo-e-gen had done much more than he had expected. Let's hurry up and find the nine-tailed. It took 6 days just to get here. When I go back, mother will nag me again. Kyo-e-gen sighed. Take this opportunity to interact more with your mother. In the future, you might not have the chance to be close to her. Hearing Lord Madara's words, Kyo-e-gen smiled. Ah, I will cherish these times. Regardless of whether he had reincarnation memories, he should cherish his mother's care. Meanwhile, deep in the mountain forest, a huge, entirely red nine-tailed fox was lying in a valley resting. A month ago, a group of humans wanted to capture it, so it naturally swallowed them all into its stomach. However, two particularly disgusting humans were actually eating its flesh and drinking its blood inside its stomach. Having no choice, it could only spit those two humans out. The blonde and silver-haired humans that it spat out managed to escape under its attack, and it finally obtained temporary peace. These hateful humans would come to disturb it every so often. They couldn't be killed off, so it could only move places frequently to avoid their harassment. It was time to change locations again. This is the nine-tailed. Huh. Kurama raised its head and looked at the two humans standing on the mountain peak. One held a small, disc-shaped object in its hand, carried a large backpack, and was dressed tightly. The other wore blue clothes, had spiky hair, and was looking at it with scarlet eyes. Wait. Those eyes. The power of a tailed beast is very strong. Madara, you should be a little careful. Although he knew Lord Madara could easily defeat the tailed beast, Kyo-e-gen felt it was better to express his verbal concern. Gen, haven't you already understood my strength? Uchiha Madara raised his right foot, stepped on the protruding stone in front, and looked at the nine-tailed in the valley below with disdain. This human. Kurama felt the intense malice from Madara and opened its mouth directly. A purple-black sphere quickly formed. HMPH. Very well. Gen, let me show you the full power of Uchiha Madara. Ding. Its pupils changed rapidly, and the three Tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Blue yin released chakra enveloped Madara and Gen, beginning to grow upwards. Perfect Susanoo. Boom. The jet-black sphere exploded into a white cloud in the air, emitting a hideous sound as it rushed toward the blue giant. Useless. Madara's Susanoo stretched out its right hand and directly grabbed the tailed beast ball in its hand. The tyrannical force restrained the power of the tailed beast ball within its palm, and the next second, the tailed beast ball was forcibly pushed back by the Susanoo. Awoo! The valley was destroyed by the shockwave, and a large amount of river water poured down, drenching the wailing nine-tailed. A large hand was firmly gripping its neck, giving it absolutely no chance to resist. So strong. As expected of Lord Madara, who directly used the perfect Susanoo, the nine-tailed is completely like a little brother. Sharingan. The nine-tailed's eyes suddenly changed, becoming the appearance of the three Tomo Sharingan, and at the same time, it stopped moving. The blue giant stepped on the nine-tailed, surrounded by the shattered valley. Kyo-e-gen and Madara, standing at the center of the giant's forehead, could easily overlook the surrounding scenery. Is this the scenery Lord Madara can see during battle? With this kind of power, it's hard not to be arrogant. Very impressive. Uchiha Madara was a bit surprised. It seemed that Kyo-e-gen was not very surprised. It is truly rare that you and Hashirama do not lose yourselves despite having such power. Kyo-e-gen shook his head. If it were Danzo who had this power, he would have probably destroyed the ninja villages of the other 5 great nations by the next day. Madara, dispel it. Once you finish your business, return to Churi village. Although the scenery at the peak is good, it feels lonely without anyone's company. Whether it's an opponent or a friend, you must cherish them well. Uchiha Madara thought of Hashirama, his lifelong rival and friend. This kid, Gen, often speaks some profound truths. Susanoo began to disintegrate, and the two arrived in front of the nine-tailed under the traction of the power. Uchiha Madara began to form hand seals, forcibly concluding a summoning contract with the nine-tailed. Controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, the nine-tailed could not break free at all. In the end, in Madara's eyes, the tailed beast could only become a tool in his hands. Kyoi Gen looked at the nine-tailed lying on the ground, deep in thought. He had naturally had ideas about the tailed beast himself, but now was not the most appropriate time. The Research Institute's technology was not yet enough to realize his ideas. Let's go back. Madara, from now on, that courtyard is yours. Do you want me to help you find a partner? It would be nice to have someone to keep you company. No need. What kind of person is he, Uchiha Madara? He would never covet the comforts of life before achieving his ideals. After going back this time, I'm going to Konoha. Don't be in a hurry. If you are going to duel with Hashirama, it won't be too late after you take me back. Uchiha Madara looked at the grinning Kyoi Gen, his mouth twitching. Why is there always a feeling of being seen through by this kid, Gen? Uchiha Madara successfully signed a contract with the nine-tailed and had originally wanted to rush to Konoha to tear off a piece of Hashirama's flesh to see if he could combine the opposing powers. As a result, Kyoi Gen suggested he wait a year or two before going to Konoha. Originally, Madara didn't agree, but Kyoi Gen asked him a question. Can you win against Hashirama right now? Madara wanted to say that with the nine-tailed, his stamina issues wouldn't be so obvious. However, Kyoi Gen didn't wait for him to finish and asked directly. You can subdue the nine-tailed in one blow, but can't Hashirama do the same thing? Uchiha Madara fell silent. Kyoi Gen, relying on his persuasion skills, successfully convinced Madara to stay in Churi village for the time being, waiting until he felt ready and able to win against Hashirama before going. Thus, the two returned to Churi village together. You bad child. A certain lord who had just returned to the magistrate's office was tightly hugged by his mother, almost suffocated by the dangerous weapon. And someone who had already acknowledged the lord as his friend in his heart saw that the situation was not good, so he had already teleported away quietly and returned to his own detached villa. Not bringing a single guard. What would you do if you got hurt? How could mother go on living like this? Mickey hugged her son, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. For the past half-month, she had been so worried every day. Previously, when her son went out for business, he always brought guards, and news was always sent back. This time, he left the village completely alone. If something had happened, she really wouldn't want to live. Mother, you really don't have to be so exaggerated. Kyoi Gen ultimately didn't say it out loud but instead hugged his mother tightly. Although his mother was nagging and also quite foolish, knowing nothing except for top-tier dancing and musical skills. However, his mother was the first person he had seen whose affection and trust toward him were both at max value. And he had never done anything for her. Mother, I'm sorry. Mickey sobbed as she raised her head and vigorously rubbed Kyoi Gen's head. Finally, she couldn't help but kiss her son's forehead, calming her inner emotions. It's like this every time. Mother knows you are working hard, but you must never disregard your own safety. I'll punish you by forbidding you from leaving me today. Kyoi Gen smiled bitterly and nodded. How is it that this mother doesn't seem mature at all? Oh well, as a child, one still has to satisfy a mother's reasonable needs. Then Mom, accompany me while I work today. Mickey's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with pleasant surprise. Does Mom need to help? No, no need. If Mom helps, I'm afraid the workload today will double. Woo, Mom, that time wasn't intentional. Seeing his mother on the verge of tears, Kyoi Gen had no choice but to stroke her head to comfort her. Mom, just staying by my side is enough. With Mom here, my work efficiency will definitely improve a lot. Really? Really? Truer than pearls. Mickey broke into a smile through her tears, revealing a satisfied grin. Phew, Tilda, finally, she was coaxed into a good mood. Even though his mother was impeccable in her etiquette and decorum when outside, she always acted like a child in front of him, especially when they were alone. However, that was fine. After all, with him around, there was no need to worry about his mother's food, clothing, expenses, or safety. He would protect her well. Thus, the afternoon in the magistrate's office became lively. Jen, come take a break. Mom brewed some tea for you. Jen, you've been working for half an hour. You should take a rest. Mom, Megumi, and I will dance for you. Let's relax a bit. Kioi Jen picked up the tea and sipped it slowly. Before him, his mother Miki and his two younger sisters, Kioi Megumi and Kioi Ai, were dancing a court dance widely popular in Daimyo City. The three of them wore kimonos of different colors and displayed a beautiful dance for Kioi Jen using fans adorned with bells. Their smiles were enchanting, and their eyes were bright and alluring. Though there was no musical accompaniment of strings and bamboo flutes, it still possessed an exquisite charm. Come to think of it, why had he forgotten that his mother couldn't bear to see him working so hard? Fortunately, Megumi helped him handle most of the work. Thinking of how Mickey had sat timidly on the side earlier, afraid to disturb him but also wanting him not to overwork himself, Kioi Jen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He watched the three women dancing gracefully, his gaze gentle. Only when dancing or playing the zither would his mother be purely happy because she was doing what she loved. It must have been this passion for dance and music that made her a famous geisha. Only, after becoming the Lord's concubine, her audience was left with only the Lord and him, her son. As for now, Kioi Jen temporarily put his official duties aside and enjoyed the beautiful dance. Today, he would simply keep his mother company and make her happy as an apology for leaving without saying goodbye. He should prepare some small gifts for his sisters later. He would handle dinner tonight. It was time to put the master chef trait he had worked so hard to condense to use. After all, in order to develop himself as quickly as possible, the first trait he had condensed was studious, and afterward, he had successively condensed some other useful traits. At night, Uchiha Madara, who had cooked his own meal, came into the courtyard. He looked at the moon emerging in the darkness, letting his ideals race through his mind. Back in Konoha, he often passed the nights like this. Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyebrow twitched. Uncle Madara. Good grief, this time two troublesome people came to disturb him together. There was also an unfamiliar presence, that girl who often followed by Jen's side. It seemed her name was Kioi Megumi. Creak. Kioi Jen brought his two younger sisters into Madara's residence. From today on, this place completely belonged to Madara. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, asking with an inquiring look. Not keeping your mother company? Kioi Jen scratched his cheek and explained. My mother insisted on drinking earlier, so she has already fallen asleep. Kaharu and the others are taking care of her at home. So, we came to play with Uncle Madara. Kioi I skipped over to Madara's side and placed a pot of wine on the veranda. I'll go get the wine cups. After saying that, she ran into the room. Uchiha Madara looked at the pot of wine and roughly understood. They had come to drink with him. At this moment, Kioi Jen held his sister Kioi Megumi's hand and sat down next to Madara. I don't drink. Thump, thump, thump. Kioi I ran out, placed 4 small wine cups next to them, and immediately sat down next to Madara. With the small wine pot as the dividing line, Kioi Jen and Kioi Megumi were on one side, while Uchiha Madara and Kioi I were on the other. It looked like they were about to have a drinking party. This is wine with almost no alcohol, just a simple beverage. Kioi Megumi maintained a kneeling posture, elegantly picked up the small wine pot, and poured the clear, deep red liquid into the 4 cups one by one. Uncle Madara, this was carefully brewed by the felines, it's a drink that even children can have. Fine, it seemed he couldn't escape this time. Uchiha Madara picked up the small wine cup and took a sip. The taste was decent, without an overly cloying sweetness. It was quite to his liking. Speak, what did you come to find me for? Kyo-e-gen also picked up his wine cup and shook his head with a smile. How about we just chat about ideals? Let's not talk about work today. Uchiha Madara glanced at Kyo-e-gen, his eyes seemingly a bit skeptical. Ha ha ha. Kyo-e-gen laughed awkwardly. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's talk about it tomorrow. If we don't chat, just admiring the moon together is also fine. Uchiha Madara looked up at the moon and said. Then speak, what is your plan? Kyo-e-gen's eyes smiled. Alright, then how about I start by talking about my childhood experiences? That works too. Thus, Kyo-e-gen slowly began to speak about his childhood. Kyo-e Megumi and Kyo-e-I had already heard it, but that didn't stop them from listening to it again. They wanted to understand everything about their brother in detail, and it would be best if they could remember it all. Uchiha Madara did not speak, just quietly listening to the three of them interacting. Only when they occasionally asked him something would he respond. It seemed his evenings would likely be frequently disturbed from now on. In the end, Kyo-e-gen and the two sisters were chased out of the private courtyard by Uchiha Madara. Because he wanted to sleep. However, he also promised to go find Gen the next morning to hear what exactly General had to say to him. Thus, at the crowing of the rooster the next morning, someone arrived at his private courtyard on time. Hello. Uncle Madara, I'm here. Hello. What does hello mean? Uchiha Madara had already put on his usual dark blue casual clothes and walked out. This time we don't need to go to the Cat's Paw canteen, Big Brother will treat us. Oh. Yesterday, before returning to Churi village, Uchiha Madara had taken the initiative to tell Kyo-e-gen that there was no need to pay for things on his behalf anymore, he would pay for himself. After all, it would be a real pity not to spend the hundreds of thousands of ryo in banknotes he had on him. Of course, Gen agreed. This was one of the signs that Lord Madara was actively integrating into Churi village, and it could also stimulate the economy, so why wouldn't he agree? Afterward, with Kyo-e-I leading the way, the two arrived at the Security Forces No. 2 training ground. At first glance, Uchiha Madara saw the feline leader, Fenris, and a group of feline kitchen assistants working busily at a large stove under a constructed shed. Beside the open kitchen, Kyo-e-gen, Kyo-e Megumi, the middle-aged uncle from the security force, Isli, and the beautiful woman in fishnet stockings, Lan, were all watching the felon's performance-style cooking. Those 5 children are. Uchiha Madara saw 3 boys and 2 girls eating at a long table under the shed, a total of 5 children, and they seemed a bit familiar. They must have been the young interns he had seen when touring the security bureau grounds earlier. Madara. Over here. Fenris is already preparing breakfast. Hearing Kyo-e-gen's words, Madara's stomach growled reflexively. Tilde. It was mainly because Fenris's cooking suited his taste so well that he ate at least one meal there every day in Churi village. With a swoosh, Uchiha Madara beat Kyo-e-I by several steps and sat down at the empty long table first. Ah. Uncle Madara, you're too cunning. HMPH. This is the speed of the Asura of the ninja world, you still have a long way to go. Madara, what would you like to eat this time? Meow tilde, Fenris asked skillfully. Meat. Uchiha Madara's reply was concise. Although his favorite food was inari sushi, since he was going to eat Fenris's cooking, big chunks of meat were the most satisfying. Got it. How about you, Kyo-e-I? Meow tilde. Kyo-e-I stepped forward and hugged Kyo-e-gen's left arm. The same as my brother. Fenris nodded. Then I'll make a bowl of fried rice for both. Prepare. Meow. X6. These feline sous chefs were full of energy. They all loved cooking very much, which was why they could be so dedicated. Lord Madara. Isli and Lan also nodded to greet Uchiha Madara. The two of them had already eaten and were observing the 5 children. Kyo-e-gen and the others sat at the same table as Uchiha Madara to wait for their food, and then they feasted together. A beautiful day begins with breakfast. I'm full. Uchiha Madara put down his knife and fork with satisfaction. Using a knife and fork was more convenient for big chunks of meat. Kyo-i-gen, what do you need me for this time? Kyo-i-gen took the juice handed over by his sister, Kyo-i-megumi, took a sip, and said calmly. Are you interested in being a teacher? Huh. Uchiha Madara really didn't expect Kyo-i-gen to ask him such a question. 500,000 ryo in banknotes per month. The wealthy Kyo-i-gen didn't care about money at all. With trade caravans spread across the 5 great nations and a monopoly on the ninja novel series, it was no exaggeration to say that he made a fortune every day. If you feel tired of it, you can quit at any time. Uchiha Madara glanced at the 5 children at the table next to them. They were actually still eating. Is it them? Yes. Kyo-i-gen nodded. These 5 are children with excellent talent that I have carefully selected. I plan to train them to be my shadow guard to execute the most difficult missions. As for their strength, let's aim for the level of the current cage of the 5 great hidden villages. Senju Hashirama doesn't count. I see. Uchiha Madara smiled. So he wanted to cultivate elite ninjas capable of deciding the outcome of wars. To ask him to be a teacher, he really had some nerve. How about it? Kyo-i-gen raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. You can train them to the point where they can beat up Senju Tobarama, right? HMPH. That brat Senju Tobarama is just a ninja with slightly faster speed. Fine, I agree. Uchiha Madara revealed an arrogant smile. Let me say this first. If they don't meet my requirements, I won't be as patient as Senju Hashirama. Of course, no problem. Kyo-i-gen cheered, plan successful, in his heart. As long as he agreed, the day Lord Madara officially joined Churi village wouldn't be far off. Seeing that Uchiha Madara's favorability towards him had reached 87, Kyo-i-gen nodded slightly. As long as it broke through to 90, they could be called very good friends. Perhaps he could even unlock trust or loyalty levels. Sulfur Fire, Bai Miao, Fuchsia, Layuman, Xingyan. Just as Kyo-i-gen called their names, the 5 of them quickly finished the last bit of food and ran to the training ground, lining up in a row. Uchiha Madara began to observe the 5 of them seriously. Sulfur Fire had short black hair, and the tuft of fire-red ahoge on his head was extremely eye-catching. Even while maintaining a proper standing posture, he looked like he might jump up and hit someone at any moment. Bai Miao from her appearance gave people the image of a quiet and elegant girl. Her smooth, black, center-parted long hair hung down to her vest, and her standing posture was extremely upright, elegant, and composed. Fuchsia was also a girl, but unlike Bai Miao, her eyes gave people a feeling of being as uninhibited as the wind. Her medium-length black hair slightly covered her eyebrows on the left, while the right side was braided, revealing her fair ear. Layuman stood quietly in place, calm and composed. He had small braids tied with white ribbons at the temples of his short black hair, and his eyes looked straight ahead. He was the child who acted most like a soldier. Xingyan, the last child, was a bit short, half a head shorter than Sulfur Fire, and seemed to be only a little over 1.4 meters tall. Although he stood straight, under Uchiha Madara's gaze, his slightly trembling legs could not be hidden at all. All 5 children were wearing uniform black and white sportswear suitable for exercise, clearly prepared to accept training. At first glance, Uchiha Madara already had a rough guess about the personalities of the 5 children. Are these the talented children you selected? Kyo-i-gen nodded. Although they have some shortcomings, they all have the perseverance to overcome them. He was not lying. He had been in contact with these 5 children for a long time. In addition to observing their potential through the data panel, his insight trait also told him that all 5 children were rare civilian geniuses. These 5 were all future high-end combat forces that Kyo-i-gen had planned to cultivate long before meeting Uchiha Madara. Good, then let me test the level of the 5 of them first. Uchiha Madara stood up and walked towards the 5 children at a very normal speed. Feeling the slight aura leaking from Uchiha Madara, the expressions of the 5 children changed differently, and their standing postures all changed slightly. Among them, the shortest, Xingyan, stumbled so much that he almost sat on the ground. At this time, Lan walked in front of Kyo-i-gen and asked with some concern. Jen, is it too early to let the children face Uchiha Madara so soon? Kyoe Jen shook his head. Sister Lan, although Uchiha Madara likes to solve problems with strength, he is also a very meticulous person. Trust him. You and Uncle Isley have worked hard during this time. I'll cook something delicious for you later. Isley couldn't help but laugh. Lan also revealed a happy smile. She came behind Kyoe Jen and hugged him from behind. Then this big sister will look forward to your cooking. Feeling the softness behind his head, Kyoe Jen smiled politely. Of course. But let's see what Uchiha Madara plans to do first. You all know who I am, right? Just as Uchiha Madara walked in front of the 5 children, a gust of wind cooperated very well and blew his hair up. He crossed his arms over his chest, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, and the sense of oppression was chilling. Influenced by this, the shortest and smallest Xingyan trembled in fear, and the others only performed slightly better. Only Layuman maintained an expression that could be called calm. Teacher Madara, we have all heard of the reputation of the Asura of the ninja world, and we have long admired teacher's strength. Oh. Looking at this little boy, Uchiha Madara rubbed his chin. To be able to remain calm under the slight killing intent he released, he had some guts. It seemed that among these 5, this little boy with braids at his ears was acting as the leader. Why yes. Fuchsia stamped her foot hard on the ground, put her hands behind her back, and puffed out her flat chest. Her side bangs shook, slightly covering her left eye. We have long been prepared to be drilled. Sulfur Fire, with a tuft of red hair on his head, glanced at Fuchsia and also puffed out his chest, looking like he was waiting for inspection. The remaining Bai Miao and Xingyan also readjusted their standing postures one after another. It seems they have all prepared themselves mentally. With a sweep of his scarlet Sharingan, the 5 children standing in a row no longer fidgeted like before. You don't have the qualifications to call me teacher yet. Uchiha Madara looked down at the 5 children from a condescending position. If you don't pass my test, you'd better go back and continue playing your ninja games. The 5 children didn't speak, but it was clear that all 5 seemed to want to refute something. However, having received basic military training, they still knew that it was best not to speak without permission. Everything must be expressed through action. You all know how to fight, right? Layuman replied immediately. Yes, we have all undergone basic taijutsu combat training. His reply was resonant and forceful, as if he wanted to prove themselves. Very good. Uchiha Madara smiled, a smile that was somewhat arrogant. Then come at me, all of you. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. I will only use this finger to attack you. What you need to do is use any means necessary, use any method to touch me. The scarlet Sharingan was spinning. Uchiha Madara seemed a bit excited. Remember, any method. As soon as he finished speaking, Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia quickly jumped out of line, using roundhouse kicks in near-mirror movements, kicking toward Uchiha Madara. HMPH. Uchiha Madara simply leaned back in an iron bridge stance to dodge the kick sweeping at his chest. At the same time, Layuman and Bai Miao instantly extended their legs, sweeping toward Uchiha Madara's feet, which seemed nailed to the ground. Good coordination. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, these children's speed was still a bit slow. Snap. In the air, the soles of Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia's shoes collided. Relying on each other's force, they changed their movements in midair, kicking downward like a thrust. His feet were being swept, and in front of him were 2 downward kicking soles. They really are quite excellent. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's waist swayed, his feet left the ground, and his whole body began to rotate on a horizontal plane. And it was precisely this rotation that allowed him to dodge the attacks from above and below. Dressed in blue, Uchiha Madara seemed to be dancing in the air, quietly drifting behind Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia. With a flick of his index finger, the 2 felt a heavy blow to their backs and flew forward. Meanwhile, Layuman and Bai Miao beneath him had only just revealed expressions of surprise, their attacks not even fully executed yet. Uchiha Madara exerted force from his waist, the clever momentum allowing him to change direction, pointing his index finger at the 2 children trying to dodge the attack. Bang! The two fell to the sides due to the impact. As Uchiha Madara's feet touched the ground, Shingen behind him was stunned, still maintaining his punching stance. It seemed he had been frightened by Uchiha Madara's methods. Only when Uchiha Madara turned around to look at him did he snap out of his daze. So scary. Shingen was so scared that tears were almost spilling out. How could he have imagined that his very capable companions would be knocked to the ground in an instant? Immediately after, Uchiha Madara raised his hand, pointing his index finger at Shingen's forehead. Eeeeeee. Shingen was so scared that he closed his eyes and sat down on the ground with a thud. He was afraid of pain. However, Uchiha Madara did not strike, he simply turned around to look at the other four children, as if he hadn't seen Shingen at all. Shingen. Lan rested her hands on Kyoe-gen's shoulders, looking at Shingen with concern. She naturally knew the reason for Shingen's timidity. When she and Kyoe-gen first met Shingen, he was being beaten by a group of children. These war orphans either survived by plundering others or by doing odd jobs to scrape a living. But because wages for odd jobs were easily withheld, and if they encountered even harsher people, they might even be exploited for free labor without being given food. Therefore, many orphans chose to band together to steal. But Shingen was different. That time, the reason he was being beaten by the other orphans was simply to protect a small stray dog. The children wanted to kill the stray dog and eat its meat, but Shingen saved it. This child, even when starved to skin and bones, still maintained kindness toward others. Lan had always thought that Shingen was suitable for working in a flower shop or pet shop, but Kyoe-gen had said something to Shingen that led him to want to become a ninja without hesitation. Clearly, this timid and kind personality was not suitable for the battlefield. The fallen Sulfur Fire, Fuchsia, Bai Miao, and Layuman all stood up again. They glanced at Shingen sitting on the ground but said nothing. During their usual training, they had already discovered that Shingen was very timid. Although they didn't say it aloud, they all believed that Shingen was not suitable to become Lord Gen's bodyguard. This extremely important position must never be given to someone whose abilities are insufficient. Sulfur Fire, Fuchsia, you two continue to feign attacks. Bai Miao and I will look for an opportunity. Layuman said calmly and composedly. To meet Uchiha Madara's requirements, they had to adopt a method of mutual cooperation to interfere with his actions, ensuring they could touch him with 100% certainty. Sulfur Fire, don't get carried away. Sulfur Fire, with a tuft of red hair on his head, was quite exasperated. I won't. I understand the situation perfectly well. You don't usually talk, but you have so much to say right now. Layuman ignored him. Since he had agreed, it meant Sulfur Fire would definitely do it well. Go. As soon as the words fell, Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia rushed out, with Sulfur Fire still muttering incessantly at Layuman. Ah. So annoying. Uchiha Madara did not move, simply standing there quietly with his arms crossed over his chest. That pair of Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan seemed to have already seen through the hearts of the four. Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia's running legs almost danced into phantoms, their arms naturally placed backward, nearly parallel to the ground. Both have 2 star gates. Uchiha Madara saw chakra surging from their star gates, quickly spreading throughout their bodies, greatly increasing both their speed and strength. Swish! The two suddenly performed a sweeping leg move, and yellow sand danced at a height of over a meter from the ground, blocking their figures. A faint sound of breaking air rang out. Many shuriken flew out from the stirred-up dust, flying toward Uchiha Madara. They had already participated in half a year of training. Although they were all 6 or 7-year-old children, they could still throw shuriken and kunai. However, trying to deal with Uchiha Madara was still a bit too whimsical. Even if he only used one finger. The Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan spun, and Uchiha Madara took a step, precisely threading his right index finger through the hole of the first shuriken. He flicked it very naturally. The shuriken quickly rebounded, like a pinball, colliding with and knocking away all the incoming dozen or so shuriken, causing them to deviate from their original trajectories. Is this the Uchiha clan's shurikenjutsu? Izlei's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder none of the ninjas in his former village could imitate it. This must require the Sharingan's unique dynamic vision to succeed. Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia were of course also very surprised, but they didn't have time to show expressions of surprise. These rebounded shuriken were actually flying toward them with undiminished power. Sulfur Fire quickly performed several backflips to dodge the shuriken, while Fuchsia leapt lightly, directly reaching a height of 5 meters, similarly dodging the attack. At this moment, the dust settled, and Uchiha Madara looked toward Layuman and Bai Miao, who were also charging over. HMPH. Isn't this underestimating him a bit too much? Did they think they can find his flaws by relying on a fierce assault? At the same time, Xingyan, who was sitting on the ground, slowly crawled up. He patted the dust off his pants, tears spilling from the corners of his eyes. He was too useless. Bang! At this moment, Layuman and Bai Miao were just flicked away by Uchiha Madara's finger, falling to the ground. Madara, could we pause for a moment? Kyoi Gen suddenly stood up and said to Madara in the center of the field. Madara looked back. Fine, but the time limit for the test is only until dusk arrives. Kyoi Gen smiled. Hearing the two's conversation, Sulfur Fire, Fuchsia, Layuman, and Bai Miao all patted the dust off themselves and walked back without saying a word. Kyoi Gen returned their smiles, while Layuman glanced at Xingyan, who was still standing blankly on the field. You all discuss tactics first. After saying this, Kyoi Gen walked toward Xingyan. He messed up. He messed up again. Xingyan lowered his head, staring at his black shoes. Everyone's clothes were the most suitable combat attire made by the Research Institute, but he now felt that he didn't deserve to wear this expensive combat uniform at all. Compared to the other four, although he was the youngest, he had a fatal flaw. That was, whenever he was afraid, he would subconsciously close his eyes tight. If he were an ordinary person, that wouldn't be a problem, but for a ninja who licked blood from the blade, this habit would cost him his life. Yet, after half a year of training, he still hadn't been able to break this habit. Why? Why was he so useless? Suddenly, Xingyan felt a hand press onto the top of his head. He looked up and saw the person he respected most, Lord General. I'm sorry. Xingyan quickly stepped back, but Kyoi Gen hugged him directly. I should be the one saying sorry. It was me who encouraged you to become a ninja, and it was me who recommended you to join the training. Taking up a weapon is probably torture for you. Xingyan shook his head quickly. No. I know the duty of the Shadow Guard is to protect Lord Gen, that's why I wanted to come. And I also want to become the kind of man described in Lord Gen's books. I don't want to be like this anymore. Kyoi Gen stroked the short Xingyan's head with his right hand and said in a calm tone. You already are. Huh. Xingyan revealed a look of disbelief. I know, 2 months ago you saved a little bird with an injured wing, and then you took care of it until it recovered. A month ago, you helped the auntie at the flower shop manage her flowers and took such good care of them. Half a month ago, you healed the puppy for the uncle at the shipyard. Kyoi Gen listed the good deeds Xingyan had done recently as if they were his own treasures, emphasizing that all the people or animals he helped must be very grateful to him. Xingyan, being able to help so many people and animals, you have long been a qualified member of the Churi Village Security Bureau. Xingyan raised his head in surprise, his eyes flashing with unbelievable joy. Lord Gen, have you always? Kyoi Gen smiled. Because I have always believed in your potential, and always believed that you would be able to protect me well in the future. Just like you said, since you are already a man, then go and overcome your difficulties. Xingyan couldn't help but wipe his tears with his sleeve and nodded vigorously. I understand. He ran quickly toward the location of the other four, and they didn't say any accusatory words. Xingyan, I'm really envious that you can still be held in Brother Gen's arms. Fuchsia rested her face on her hands, her eyes squinting. Beside her, Bai Miao nodded as well. Sulfur Fire stood up and patted Xingyan's shoulder hard. HMPH. I will be the first person recognized by Lord Gen in the future. This time, Xingyan expressed his determination to his companions with a firm gaze. He was someone chosen by the gentle Lord Gen, he had to do it. Kyo-e-gen looked at the 5 people gathered together and discussing, smiling. With the data panel, as long as it was someone he paid special attention to, he knew even when they went to the bathroom. Like these simple children who trusted him deeply, as long as he expressed concern for them, they would have a sense of determination that they were the only ones for the job. This kind of positive emotion would allow them to do things they couldn't do before. Ding dong. Congratulations on successfully condensing a new trait life mentor. Effect. It is easier to have a positive influence on those who admire and are close to you. That sounds pretty good. Kyo-e-gen was quite satisfied with the new trait. Anyway, the system didn't limit the number of traits he held, so of course, the more the better. When he first learned he could condense traits, he had been studying and training without interruption. Kyo-e-gen walked back and saw his 2 younger sisters with strange expressions at first glance. The 2 of them seemed to be expressing their inner thoughts with their eyes. Brother is so cool tilde. Little Jen, as expected, you are still the best at this aspect. Lan was torn between laughing and crying. She didn't have such immediate results when she counseled Xingyan. He was truly the village head worshipped and loved by the vast majority of villagers. If it weren't for Sister Lan and Uncle Isli working hard every day, Xingyan and the others wouldn't have made such progress. You are the ones who should be thanked. Isli, who was thin-skinned and didn't have much presence, smiled very easily. My good younger brother knows how to say nice things. Come, sister will give you a reward. Lan hugged Kyo-e-gen, embracing him with her broad bosom. I also really like Sister Lan's embrace, just like Mom's. Is that so? Lan gently stroked Kyo-e-gen's hair, her eyes full of love. It was this gentle younger brother who helped her get through those most difficult days. Perhaps, she had already entrusted all her unplaceable feelings onto Little General. Little Jen, thank you. Being able to let her relive the joy of being a mother. The popular Kyo-e-gen was surrounded. His left hand was held by Kyo-e-I, and his right hand was held by Kyo-e-Megumi. Even Lan couldn't help but hug him from behind. For this master who was blessed with such fortune, Isli expressed that he couldn't learn it. If he learned it, he would probably be beaten up by his wife. With a bitter smile on his face, while actually feeling very comfortable inside, Kyo-e-gen kept telling himself that he absolutely must not break character. At this time, the 5 children including Xingyan had also finished their discussion. The 5 nodded simultaneously and walked out with serious expressions. You still have plenty of time. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, his scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan reflecting everyone's shadow. Lord Madara, we are ready. Layuman and the others took their stances. I don't want to say it a second time. During this time, there are no restrictions on means. As long as you can touch me, your test is considered passed. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms in front of his chest, his spiky long hair swaying in the wind. If he attacked first, it would be purely bullying these children. Whoosh! The 5 people moved quickly, surrounding Uchiha Madara. The scarlet Sharingan clearly saw the opaque steel wires between the 5 people. Looks like they have thought about it carefully. Indeed, if the dodging space were completely sealed, he naturally wouldn't be able to dodge. But did they really think he wouldn't counterattack? At this moment, Layuman threw a kunai at an extremely fast speed, flying in front of Madara in the blink of an eye. This is explosive tag. Madara stepped on the ground quickly, his body flying backward. At the same time, a strong explosion sounded, and the resulting air wave made the gathered steel wires clatter. Fusha leapt up, and the steel wire in her hand formed a covering net, intending to trap Madara inside. The method was quite useful, but wanting to seal his movements with this was too wishful thinking. Madara turned around and rushed toward Xingyan behind him. He was like a blue ghost, crossing a long distance instantly, and rushed in front of Xingyan before the steel wires could close. Let me see your so-called determination. Madara released his killing intent, and the powerful pressure came rushing. Xingyan closed his eyes in fear. HMPH. Nothing special. However, while Xingyan was closing his eyes in fear, his hands were quickly forming hand signs. Earth release mud snake. This speed of forming hand signs. Although this jutsu only had 3 hand signs, this child actually used ninjutsu within a second. At this moment, Madara's fingers were only 1 finger's distance away from Xinyan's forehead. The ground beneath the two also turned into soft mud, and several mud snakes sprang out from it, trying to entangle the two. Now! Xingyan shouted with his eyes closed. The other 4 didn't let him down. Z's. Several steel wires closed quickly, directly tying Uchiha Madara and Xingyan together. And those mud snakes also successfully entangled the two of them. So this kid was the bait. Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to be so careless. The steel wires had made him alert, and the explosive tags had guided his position. And the impression of cowardice that Xingyan had given him at the beginning made him subconsciously treat Xingyan as the breakthrough point, but he hadn't expected that this kid could use D-rank Earth Release ninjutsu. Indeed, they had passed the test. A chakra cloak instantly covered Uchiha Madara's body. The steel wires snapped upon contact, and the mud snakes were also washed away directly by the chakra. Kyoei-gen watched this scene with a smile. The reason he strongly recommended Xingyan to be a candidate for the Shadow Guard was because he valued his talent for ninjutsu. After all, among the children he had observed, Xingyan had the highest talent for ninjutsu. Moreover, his daily training in hand seals was the best. 3 seals in 1 second was absolutely no problem for him. You all have passed the test. As soon as these words fell, Sulfur Fire and Fuchsia jumped up happily. That's great. Even Layuman, the little adult who almost always kept a straight face, couldn't help but smile. Xingyan. Not bad. You really did it. Sulfur Fire patted the short-statured Xingyan on the shoulder, feeling very happy. The tuft of fire-red hair on his head swayed back and forth. It was all right. Xingyan scratched his head, feeling a bit happy but also somewhat helpless. In the end, he still closed his eyes. All right, you all succeeded. You will definitely be able to break the habit of closing your eyes. Bai Miao comforted Xingyan. To be honest, she was truly surprised this time. That timid Xingyan had actually managed to form hand seals at such a fast speed even while afraid. You have to know that among the 5 of them, currently only Xingyan could accurately form hand seals to release ninjutsu during combat. When it comes to talent for ninjutsu, perhaps Xingyan is the strongest. Uchiha Madara, thank you for your hard work. Sulfur Fire, Bai Miao, Fuchsia, Layuman, Xingyan, come over here. You all performed very well this time. Kyoei-gen stood up and walked to the stove. It was already nearing noon, and it was time to prepare lunch for everyone. Fenris, it's been a while since we cooked together, hasn't it? Fenris, the large white cat who was both the head chef and the captain of Kyoei-gen's guard, exchanged a knowing look with Kyoei-general. It has been a while, meow tilde. Gen, your skills haven't gotten rusty, have they? Kyoei-gen picked up the huge kitchen knife, his expression relaxed. Of course not. It must be said that with the master chef trait, Kyoei-gen's cooking process was also very pleasing to the eye. The human and the cat worked together with great tacit understanding, leaving the assistant chefs nearby with no chance to lend a hand. The people outside were watching the cooking dance of the human and the cat while sniffing the drifting aroma, licking the drool from the corners of their mouths. It smelled so good. Sorry to keep you waiting. The mouth-watering, appetizing, and sumptuous dishes were served on the table. Everyone and every cat sat by the table, enjoying the food. Uchiha Madara sat by the long table, with Kyoei on his left and Izly on his right. The somewhat noisy environment made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Kyoei kept enlivening the atmosphere, and Lan joined in, telling interesting stories. Kyoei-gen would also chime in and appropriately tease the children at the neighboring tables. Uchiha Madara felt a bit dazed. Come to think of it, during the days he had stayed in Churi village, there were always people talking around him whenever he ate outside. It seemed that the people in this village always maintained their vitality. Uchiha Madara tasted the delicious food while observing the expressions of the others and the cats. The felines at Fenris's table had started drinking fruit wine, and one cat had even gotten drunk and slumped over on the table. That was too fast. Little did they know, this feline had secretly added some catnip to the fruit wine, and as a result, it had quickly become so relaxed that it got drunk. This stuff was limited in supply in Churi village. Because once a feline consumed catnip, it would become so comfortable that it would collapse to the ground. However, catnip was not harmful to these felines and could even serve to relax their minds, so it was only limited. At this time, Kioi Gen, having finished eating, came to the side of Sulfur Fire and the other four. You all performed very well this time, so I will give you your forehead protectors in advance. Kioi Gen's palm held 5 forehead protectors, and the symbol on them was a that looked like a sun. The 5 of them were incredibly surprised. This was the symbol that only official combatants of Churi village could obtain. Lord Gen, Sulfur Fire asked excitedly. Can you pat my head? He hadn't been patted on the head and praised by Lord Gen for a long time. Kioi Gen readily agreed and satisfied his request. Big brother Gen, I want one too. Fuchsia pushed Bai Miao aside and took a step forward to get in front of Kioi General. Fuchsia. Bai Miao's complaint had no effect. By this time, Kioi Gen had already placed his hand on Fuchsia's head. Tilde, Fuchsia happily enjoyed the petting. Sure enough, only by becoming a shadow guard could she have more opportunities to interact with Big Brother General. It's my turn. Bai Miao pushed Fuchsia away and leaned in front of General. Gen smiled and went to pat Bai Miao's little head as well. But this time, Bai Miao took the initiative to hold Kioi Gen's hand, pressing her fair cheek against his palm. Ah, how sly. I want one too. Kioi Gen smiled wryly and turned to look at Layuman. This child, who had always been like a little adult, blushed slightly and also stretched out his head. Sure enough, he too couldn't resist the head pat reward from the Lord General he admired. One by one, don't crowd. Seeing that after Kioi Gen patted Xingyan's head, Fuchsia and Bai Miao were fighting for the next turn, Uchiha Madara didn't know what to say. He felt that this kid general was even more popular than Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, how do you plan to train them later? After eating and drinking their fill, Kioi Gen discussed the training methods for these children with Uchiha Madara. The 5 children sat by the table, cocking their ears to listen in. Uchiha Madara didn't mind, speaking in a loud voice so that everyone and every cat present could hear clearly. Combat. Before the village was established, all ninjas grew up rapidly on the battlefield. Neither Hashirama nor I were exceptions. Kioi Gen nodded. Lord Madara, with his rich combat experience, was indeed very suitable for teaching this. Uchiha Madara, how about this? Uncle Isley and Big Sister Lan will be responsible for their daily training, and you, Uchiha Madara, will be responsible for their combat training. How about it? Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement. He didn't want to spend time specifically teaching these children ninjutsu, using combat to motivate them was fine. How about this? This afternoon you teach them ninja combat. Uchiha Madara turned his head to look at the 5 children. My training is not something they can easily endure. Kioi Gen maintained a smile, speaking terrifying words with a gentle expression. It's fine. Their digestive systems have already been inscribed with the heaven and earth furnace sealing jutsu. All consumption can be recovered through massive intake of food. Big Sister Lan, please make a trip to the hospital and bring a few medical ninjas over. For stamina, endurance, and minor injuries, leave it to Fenris's cooking. If any major problems arise, let the medical ninjas perform surgery on the spot. Surgery. The 5 children shivered all over, even Layuman was no exception. Oh. Uchiha Madara asked with interest. Can your heaven and earth furnace secret technique recover them quickly? Kioi Gen nodded. After all, these are secret techniques I specifically designed for ninja without bloodlines. Flow Seal increases chakra reserves, fundamentally improving a ninja's combat power and stamina. Within 4 states of form, the hard state and adhesive state improve taijutsu close quarters combat and damage resistance, while the ripple state and hidden state provide perception, concealment, and other means. Heaven and Earth Furnace allows ninja to construct Stargate faster, improves recovery capabilities, and strengthens basic physique. In the future, ninja from Churi village will be far stronger than those from the 5 great villages by relying on these 3 major secret techniques. Kyoi Gen's tone was extremely confident, his eyes flashing with a light as if he had already seen the future where the forces he led swept across the universe. So handsome Tilda. The young girls present were all looking somewhat infatuatedly at Kyoi Gen's rather young and handsome face. Confident men are just so charming. No wonder you would research a secret technique like heaven and earth furnace. Uchiha Madara was somewhat impressed by Kyoi Gen's brain. He had actually successfully researched such a method to generally enhance the abilities of ordinary ninja. After all, without bloodlines like the Uchiha, Senju, or Hyuga, the effort required for an ordinary person to succeed is several to dozens of times that of the former. I cannot give them bloodlines, but I can make their efforts more valuable. Speaking of this, Kyoi Gen looked up at the sky. But because it was daytime, he could not see the moon. Your research is much more impressive than Tobarama's. Uchiha Madara sighed with emotion. In terms of ninjutsu research, I, Lord Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. PFF'd. He didn't expect to hear Lord Madara say something like that to him. Is this phrasing Lord Madara's highest form of praise for someone? In terms of building a harem, I, Lord Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. For some reason, Kyoi Gen automatically imagined such a sentence. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lord Madara's naturally chilling voice pulled Kyoi Gen back from his fantasies. Nothing, just thinking about how to arrange their basic training afterward. Kyoi Gen seamlessly switched the topic to training. Sister Lan, please go and invite a medical ninja. Uncle Yi, I'll leave their ninjutsu learning to you. They can read all the ninjutsu and secret techniques in the scripture pavilion at any time. Fenris, please prepare a sufficient amount of food. Finally, Kyoi Gen looked at Uchiha Madara. Go ahead and do it, they will hold on. As long as they aren't beaten to death, it's fine. Of course, Kyoi Gen didn't say this out loud, and he believed that Uchiha Madara knew when to stop. Thus, bang. On the training ground, the other 4 people besides Xingyan were all equally punched into the air by Uchiha Madara. Only Xingyan remained standing. Open your eyes. Just as Xingyan opened his eyes, a fist slammed into his face. Most importantly, just as he was hit in the face, his back was also attacked, to the point that he couldn't even fall to the ground. It was like a roly-poly toy, constantly being hammered back and forth. Falling down was a luxury. According to Uchiha Madara, as long as one gets used to being beaten while keeping their eyes open, they won't close them out of fear. Therefore, Xingyan, who was now caught in Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, couldn't close his eyes at all. He could only helplessly watch the fist enlarge time and time again, and then get hit directly. Being someone who was already afraid of pain, he could only scream continuously, and there was no time for a half-time break. Poor kid. However, the perseverance of the 5 made Uchiha Madara very pleasantly surprised. They had already fallen dozens of times, yet everyone could persist and stand back up. Even Xingyan, whose head was swollen like a pig's head, hadn't said a single word of begging for mercy. Teacher Madara, I can still take it. Xingyan, whose eyes were swollen into slits, muttered with sausage lips, his body swaying. Very good. As your teacher, I will fulfill your wish. Ah. Stop it. Puff. It is said that on that day, the 5 children each ate nearly half a ton of food and spent the night in the hospital. Under the starry night sky, Uchiha Madara sat alone on the corridor next to the courtyard. Kyoi Gen and the others had come to disturb him the previous night, so they probably wouldn't come today. Looking up at the moon in the starry sky, for the first time, what Uchiha Madara thought about in his heart was not his own ideals, but the memories built with his 5 disciples over the past month. That kid Sulfur Fire is hot-headed and believes that attack is the best defense. His desire to attack is very strong, he likes eating spicy food, and he does physical training whenever he has free time. As for the child by Meow, I don't really know what to say. She wants to become a medical ninja in the future, likes drinking tea and growing flowers, which is fine. It's just that Fuchsia revealed to him that Bai Miao has always dreamed of marrying Kioi General. Regarding this, Uchiha Madara could only pretend not to have heard it. And the hot-headedness of this child Fuchsia is only slightly better than sulfur fires, but not by much. Her favorite thing to do is run to the highest hill in the village to experience the feeling of the wind blowing, saying she must fly freely in the future. Well, in Uchiha Madara's view, Fuchsia asking Kyoigen to research wind-style ninjutsu that allows flight has other motives. Layuman is the oldest among the 5 children and has the most mature personality. He doesn't talk much usually, and his favorite thing to do is read books. When asked what books he likes to read, his eyes seemed to light up, and he chattered endlessly for half an hour about Kyoigen's business biographies and sociological works. I heard that his room is filled with all of Kyoigen's works, including many entertainment-oriented novels. Although he hasn't shown it most of the time, Uchiha Madara is very certain that he is a hidden, extreme admirer of General. As for Xingyan, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but curl his lips. That child is indeed very kind, so kind that he is completely unsuited for the battlefield. However, his talent is indeed good. After countless beatings and intimidation training, this child's courage was finally trained up, and his combat ability improved a lot. He can be considered the one with the most obvious progress among the 5 children. According to his words, there is no one in this world more terrifying than his teacher. Since he can open his eyes wide and look at teacher Madara, then nothing can force him to close his eyes out of fear. Next time, what method should I use to torture? No, train them. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look forward to it. Continue to condense Stargate. Madara, who had also added the heaven and earth furnace seal to his digestive system, had already increased the number of Stargates to 6 during this period. Must say, having abundant stamina is great. He finally understood Hashirama's happiness. No, he hadn't changed. He was just slowly changing back. Uchiha Madara could also vaguely feel this. Compared to when he first came to Churi village more than 3 months ago, he had finally learned how to communicate with children. Teacher, you and Brother Gen are good friends, can you help me ask Brother General what kind of gifts he likes? I want to give Brother Gen a gift during the Cherry Blossom Festival next month. Bai Miao clasped her hands together, her eyes seemingly shining with light. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had just picked up a piece of grilled meat, and the 5 children sitting at the same table were all looking at him expectantly. Great, the grilled meat wasn't even tasty anymore. Instead of asking me, wouldn't it be better to ask Kioi? Who in this village doesn't know that the most lovable and well-informed person is Kioi Gen's sister, Kioi, and she is also very helpful. Bai Miao fell silent. She didn't want to ask a competitor this question. Once, the girls living at the school held a vote on who the most ideal partner for the future would be. Then, Kioi Gen was elected unanimously, with only a few people not voting. From that moment on, Bai Miao knew that the vast majority of girls in this village were her romantic rivals. But, with the status of a future shadow guard, her chances were much greater than those girls in school. Teacher, Bai Miao is thin-skinned, and she probably wants to give a unique gift. Fuchsia brushed back her left bangs, teasing Bai Miao with a look that saw through everything. They were in the same batch of war orphans who came to Churi village and happened to be roommates at school. Note: Churi village has no orphanage, all orphans live at the school, and they are all double occupancy rooms. Fuchsia. Don't tell me you've already prepared yours. Bai Miao couldn't take it anymore, this good sister only knew how to tease her. Of course, I already have an idea. Fuchsia curled her lips, her eyebrows bobbing up and down, as if provoking her sister. As long as I make the gift with care, Brother General will definitely accept it happily. HMPH. Bai Miao snorted coldly. She couldn't refute this, Brother General was such a gentle person, he would definitely accept it. Hey, if you don't eat, we're going to finish it all. Sulfur Fire, who was beside them, was crazily picking up the grilled meat in front of him. At this moment, the bowls of Uchiha Madara, Layuman, and Xingyan were also filled with grilled meat. Only a few pieces of grilled meat remained on the iron plate in front of them. How could you guys do this? Bai Miao and Fuxia were stunned. He was actually sneaking food while they were talking. Teacher, you're treating us today, right? You promised you would, didn't you? Fuxia looked at Uchiha Madara with anticipation, as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched, and he nodded slowly. Waiter, please bring 5 more plates of grilled meat. Coming right up. Uchiha Madara's face tightened. These disciples were all big eaters. With the secret technique Heaven and Earth Furnace, none of them were polite when it came to eating. Every time they went out for a meal, his wallet would shrink significantly. Couldn't they just eat more during training? It was free to eat then. Uchiha Madara pushed this headache-inducing matter to the back of his mind and asked a question. Bai Miao, what kind of festival is the Cherry Blossom Festival you mentioned? Having been in the village for over 3 months, Uchiha Madara had not yet experienced a festival in Churi village. Ah, our Churi village has a cherry blossom festival that lasts for 7 days every April. At that time, the cherry blossoms in the Churi village cherry blossom park will all bloom, and many people go there for spring outings, which gradually formed a festival. Come to think of it, this will be the 3rd cherry blossom festival. That meant there was still 1 month left. Uchiha Madara rubbed his chin, having formed some ideas in his mind. Through a month of high-intensity training, his 5 disciples had all constructed their 4th star gate and could now use D-rank ninjutsu in actual combat. It was time to take them to see some blood. I won't be accompanying you for this afternoon's basic training, so don't slack off. Yes. X5. How could they possibly slack off? In order to become qualified shadow guards as soon as possible, all 5 of them were putting all their energy into training. Even when sleeping at night, they maintained a state of rapidly generating chakra to accelerate the construction of Star Gate while the flow seal automatically extracted a small amount of physical strength. They would then make up for the consumption by eating a large amount the next morning. It was precisely because of their continuous efforts that they had managed to condense 4 star gates in less than 2 months. It was also by relying on the Heaven and Earth Furnace that they were able to train without interruption, causing their basic physical constitutions to strengthen rapidly. In the afternoon, Uchiha Madara went to the magistrate's office, where Kyoei-gen worked, for the first time ever. Lord Madara. The 2 samurai guards in front of the office greeted Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded in response and pushed open the office door directly. Madara, what a rare guest. Kyoei-gen, who was hunched over his desk studying ninjutsu theory, looked up, quite pleasantly surprised. On the other side, Kyoei Megumi, who was wearing a silver-gray kimono and resting while drinking tea in the corner of the room, also greeted Uchiha Madara. Gen, I want to take Layuman and the others to experience a real battlefield. Uchiha Madara got straight to the point and stated his thoughts directly. Kyoei-gen frowned immediately. It's time. Xingyan has also prepared himself. Uchiha Madara had previously asked about the disciples' thoughts, and even Xingyan himself had expressed his determination to him. Kyoei-gen was somewhat reluctant. The oldest of the 5, Layuman, was 8, and the youngest was only 6. He was somewhat resistant to letting these children see the cruelty of the battlefield at such a young age. But, I understand. Kyoei-gen opened the data panel and observed the tracks of the one commercial firm's caravan on the map. Madara, after all, this is not the Sengoku era, and I hope they can stain their hands with as little blood as possible. How about this, I will arrange an itinerary for you. It just so happens that the one commercial firm's caravan has encountered attacks from wandering samurai and ninja many times. Let's use these enemies as their training opponents. The mission level will be set at B rank, and upon returning, each person will be rewarded with 100,000 ryo in silver notes. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement. Good, I will let them decide for themselves. After speaking, Uchiha Madara intended to leave. Wait. Madara, the specific departure time will be set for the morning 3 days from now. Coincidentally, you can also test the latest type of radio communication researched by the Research Institute. This journey will last about 20 days, and you will be able to attend the Cherry Blossom Festival after you return. Uchiha Madara turned back. Good. This time, he left the office straight away. Just after Uchiha Madara left, Kyoi Gen frowned tightly. Why did he have a deep sense of unease? Was something really about to happen? Everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared, he would just have to wait and see how things developed. On the morning of the third day, Kyoi Gen led a group of people to see off Uchiha Madara and the others. Uncle Madara, Xiao Chun, Xiao Sha, Chu, Dong, and I will keep your house clean, so don't worry about sleeping in dust when you come back. Thank you so much. Uchiha Madara smiled and rubbed Kyoi-i's little head, then looked at the four little girls behind Kyoi Gen, who were dressed differently in accordance with the changes of the four seasons. It seemed he would have to bring back some gifts to thank them. Although he hadn't spoken much to the four of them, he still saw them often at the magistrate's office. Sulfur Fire, Bai Miao, Fuchsia, Layuman, Xingyan. Be careful when you are out, and don't push yourselves. Yes. X5. The five children, like soldiers, responded to Kyoi Gen's concern in a resonant and forceful manner. After saying goodbye, the six of them slowly walked towards the outer forest. This was also the first time the five children had left Churi village. Watching the six of them walk away, Kyoi Gen said to Isli and Lan, who were beside him. Uncle Isli, Big Sister Lan, strengthen the defense of the research institute during this period. The ceiling barrier must be checked once a day until Uchiha Madara returns. Both were a bit confused, but they nodded, indicating they would do so. Aisha too. A black cat wearing a ninja outfit landed on the high wall of Churi village. Have the Melinx strengthen their vigilance. After Uchiha Madara returns, each Melinx will receive a silver vine stick as a reward. Yes, my lord. After these arrangements, everyone and the cats were very confused by Kyoi Gen's orders. But out of trust in Kyoi Gen, they all intended to carry out the orders. Perhaps Kyoi Gen had sensed something but felt there was no need to tell them, which was why he hadn't said anything. Alright, everyone go back. Everyone returned to their respective duties, and Kyoi Gen took Kyoi Megumi back to the magistrate's office, as his work for the day hadn't started yet. When he sat back down at his desk, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Kyoi Megumi stood up immediately and asked loudly. What happened? After confirming, the guards outside replied. A small fire broke out, and people have already gone to put it out. Kyoi Megumi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had been frightened by her brother's previous orders. However, neither she nor Kyoi Gen noticed that a mass of black liquid-shaped substance had appeared on the office ceiling. This mass of liquid also had two round eyes and ferocious teeth. Brother, it should be fine outside. When Kyoi Megumi turned her head, she saw a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Kyoi Gen, behind the desk, had his eyes wide open, and a black hand had pierced through his heart. Pu Wa. Kyoi Gen spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the desk. So painful. As expected, Black Zetsu's concealment ability was too terrifying. At the final moment, what Kyoi Gen saw was the terrified expression of his sister, Kyoi Megumi. Bang! Objects on the desk were knocked down. Ya! Brother! Beep! Beep beep! Uchiha Madara, who was walking on the path cleared through the forest, took out the radio walkie-talkie in confusion. This sound must mean someone from Churi village was calling the walkie-talkie in his hand. Sulfur Fire and the others all gathered around, wanting to know what had happened. Click. The moment Uchiha Madara opened the walkie-talkie, a shrill, heart-wrenching howl rang out from within. Woo! Wuuu! Wuuu! Uchiha Madara. Come back quickly. Older brother, he's not going to make it. The six of them were stunned in an instant. That voice on the walkie-talkie was Qingjing Hui's, wasn't it? Could it be? Uchiha Madara made an immediate decision, activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and blue chakra instantly enveloped everyone. Boom! Trees toppled as the perfect Susanoo, flapping its blue wings, took flight directly, soaring toward Churi village. He had a very ominous premonition right now. Older brother. Older brother. Don't leave me. Inside the office, Qingjing Wei cried out shrilly, her hands pressed against Qingjing Yuan's hollow chest. A massive amount of bright red blood gushed out, staining Qingjing Hui's silver-white kimono almost entirely red. He couldn't speak. Qingjing Yuan felt powerless throughout his whole body. Watching his wailing younger sister, his heart ached intensely. Although he had anticipated this scene, when it actually arrived, it was still so painful. Fortunately, everything was prepared. Older brother. You have to hold on. Someone has already gone to the hospital. It was useless. Qingjing Yuan looked at his data panel, where the status bar displayed near death. The only reason he hadn't died immediately was thanks to the system, which allowed him to bid farewell to his younger sister in these final moments. Madara. Qingjing Yuan whispered Uchiha Madara's name softly. He believed his younger sister would understand. Older brother. Stop talking. The doctor will be here soon. You will definitely be fine. As she spoke, large drops of Qingjing Hui's tears fell onto Qingjing Yuan's clothes, which were stained red by blood. How unsightly. To think he had caused his cherished younger sister such sorrow. I'm sorry. If there is a next time, I will never let you all be sad again. Qingjing Yuan slowly closed his eyes, and he stopped breathing. Older brother. Older brother. Qingjing Wei shook Qingjing Yuan's body, yet there was absolutely no reaction from him. She could already feel that his body was losing its warmth. Could it be? No. This can't be happening. Qingjing Wei simply could not accept this fact. The older brother she had always loved, the one who had made a promise to her that they would be together for the rest of their lives, had left her. At this moment, she saw the scissors on the desk, picked them up with trembling hands, and aimed the blade at her throat. Older brother, I'm coming to join you right away. Your younger sister will be with you forever. Qingjing Wei shed her final 2 tears, smiling as she thrust the scissors toward her own throat. Bang! Suddenly, the office wall shattered, and a blue figure flew in, snatching the scissors from Qingjing Hui's hand. The next moment, he saw Qingjing Yuan, who was already breathless, lying on Qingjing Hui's lap. It was actually true. Uchiha Madara quickly crouched down to examine Qingjing Yuan's body. The fatal wound is to the heart. Someone pierced Yuan's heart in a single blow. His gloved hands clenched tightly, and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan emitted a chilling sense of oppression. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Uchiha Madara, blowing all the surrounding debris to the ground. Qingjing Wei. Do you know what happened? Qingjing Wei was stunned and shook her head blankly. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows and shouted loudly. Don't you want to avenge Yuan? Suicide is always the choice of the weak. Qingjing Hui's eyes widened as she recalled the words Qingjing Yuan had once said to her. At that time, Yuan had held her hand and proposed the idea of creating a wonderful nation together. She had agreed. Because during the days she spent living with her older brother, she had fallen hopelessly in love with him. She wanted to help him, wanted to share his burdens, and wanted to see the moment his ideal was realized. That was why she studied desperately to help her older brother manage Churi village well. No. She couldn't let everything her older brother left behind be destroyed. She had to make the murderer pay the price. Seeing the desire to live reignite in Qingjing Hui's eyes, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of relief in his heart. Death is sorrowful. Especially the death of a friend or family member, which is enough to make one feel suffocated with pain. But, facing death is what they should do. Mr. Uchiha Madara, did my older brother give you anything? Qingjing Wei wiped the tears from her face with her blood-stained hands, her brain racing. She remembered her older brother whispering Uchiha Madara's name in his final moments. It must have been a hint for her. Something given to me. Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled the notebook Qingjing Yuan had given him more than 2 months ago, on the night he and Qingjing Yuan left Churi village. Could it be that Yuan had foreseen this day? I will go get it immediately. Uchiha Madara leapt out of the opening immediately. The people outside exclaimed at the sight of the azure giant flying in the sky. That power, which seemed like that of a god, terrified them. Relying on the flight capability of the perfect Susanoo, Uchiha Madara quickly located the place where he and Yuan had first had an in-depth conversation. It's here. Uchiha Madara arrived under that tree, reaching out to sense the seal he had personally left behind. There were signs that it had been tampered with. Uchiha Madara was incredibly astonished. Could someone actually have bypassed his perception back then? No. Yuan had discovered it. Or rather, he had guessed this situation would happen. All along, Yuan seemed to possess predictive and deductive abilities that were difficult for ordinary people to reach. Perhaps he really had predicted this situation. Would the contents of the notebook have records regarding this? Uchiha Madara began to weave hand signs and successfully retrieved the notebook from the seal. By the time he returned to the magistrate's office in Churi village, a crowd of people had already gathered in the spacious inner courtyard. Woo! Wuuu! Wuuu! The people gathered here were all holding back tears, and Yuan's mother and younger sisters were surrounding his body. Little Yuan, open your eyes and look at mother. Mickey's eyes shed tears unceasingly, which fell onto Qingjing Yuan's face. Didn't you say you would take good care of mother for your whole life? Don't sleep anymore. Please, don't sleep anymore. Mother cannot accept this. If you are gone, what is the point of mother living? Beside her, Qingjing, also with teary eyes, did not wail. She just stared blankly at her older brother's face, without making a move. Qingjing Haru, Qingjing Sha, Qingjing Chu, and Qingjing Fuyu surrounded and held Mickey. Usually, they spent the most time accompanying their foster mother, Mickey, so naturally, they understood her feelings the best. If Mickey's repressed emotions could not be vented this time, it would very likely cause serious consequences. Upon arriving at this inner courtyard filled with an atmosphere of sorrow, Uchiha Madara's heart grew heavy once again. How could he not be heartbroken? Yuan was the second friend he could confide in. It was Yuan who made him recall the happy times he once spent playing with his younger brothers in the clan. It was Yuan who made him recall the importance of bonds, and it was also Yuan who supported their shared ideal. Teacher. Sulfur Fire, Bai Miao, Fuxia, Layuman, and Xingyan all looked over. Crystal clear tears streamed down all five of their faces. There probably wasn't a single person in this village who didn't love and respect Qingjing Yuan. Knowing this result, how could they hold back their tears? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it.